congratulations. You made a motion and the fellows, you are 3-1.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bold TV. This is our first round of the day, and we've got a good one for you here live on Bold TV. Monachelli against Jack Jerich in the winner's bracket is our featured match for this round. The winner of this match is guaranteed a spot in the stepladder finals later today. There's another winner's bracket match going on, Mike Edwards against Walter Ray Williams Jr., and we do have a camera that we can check in occasionally on that match. In addition to those matches, we've got 4 elimination matches going on in this round, and if you'd like to find the brackets or the live scoring so you can see the progress of those matches, go to bowl.com/seniormasters. Monachelli starts things off with a strike. Three games total pinfall to determine the winner of the match. Jack Jerich, ring 10 to start this match. It's a little early in the day. It's our first match, but do us a favor and please spread the word about the live streaming this morning. We posted a picture of Amleto and Jack on our USBC Facebook and Twitter accounts, so please do me a favor, go and share and retweet that picture so that we can get the word out about the live streaming this morning. We're going to have a lot of good matches throughout the day, and it's all going to end with the stepladder finals this afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here live on Bold TV. Second frame for Monachelli. Working on that strike in the first frame. He can take a very early lead with another strike here for a double. Yeah, Monachelli yanks it, ball hooked way early and leaves a 3-6-9-10. Leto covers up the mess there for the spare. We're pretty even through a couple of frames. Amleto with just a 1-pin advantage. It's still very early. Thank you, Greg, in the chat for sharing that photo on Facebook. If you want to share it, you can go to facebook.com/USBC. Make sure you like USBC while you're there and share the picture of Amleto and Jack to spread the word about the live streaming this morning. It would be very much appreciated. Third frame now for Monachelli. Much better looking shot that time around. So as we progress throughout the day here, this round will determine two of our stepladder finalists. The number 1 and the number 2 seed will come from this match and the other match between Mike Edwards and Walter Ray Williams Jr. The winner of those two matches will bowl for the top seed next. And we will show that match to you right here on Bowl TV. There'll be a couple of elimination matches in the next round as well. And then we will have the final 4 players in the elimination final, bowling 1 match, all in the same pair, 3 games. The top 3 scores advance into the stepladder. And that's how we get to our 5 players for the stepladder finals this afternoon. Jerich for a chance at the first double of this match, and he gets it and takes the lead by 9 pins. Monachelli trying to match the double here. And he yanks it Brooklyn for the strike and takes his lead back by 1 on that Brooklyn strike. Amleto not liking that right lane so far. Well, let's take a quick look over at our other winners bracket match. We'll check in on this one occasionally. That is Walter Ray Williams Jr. He's got the front 4, and now he's got the front 5. Monachelli, strike here would extend the lead to 11. Real solid and aggressive on that left lane. Just got to find a way to make better shots on the right lane. Here's Walter Ray again. Oh, Walter Ray sending messengers. Hello. Good morning, messenger. Front 6 for Walter Ray Williams Jr. Jerich trying to extend his string to 3 in a row. And a perfect strike for Jack Jerich. Pulls him back to within 1 pin. little high on that one, leaves the 4-pin. Jack knew it off his hand. Take a look at Mike Edwards real quick, trailing Walter Ray Williams Jr. pretty big early on. And Mike Edwards with a solid 9-pin there on that shot. Good morning to those of you just tuning in. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for spending some of your Friday with us. We've got Amleto Monachelli against Jack Jerich as our featured match here this round. And Amleto with 4 strikes in a row as he finally makes a good shot on that right lane. Mike Edwards missed that 9-pin, by the way. As he has fallen into a big deficit against Walter Ray Williams Jr. Let's go ahead and take a look at Walter Ray. He's just to the right of the camera here. He's got the front 6, trying to extend that string here. And he does. A perfect shot there for Walter Ray Williams Jr. And he's making me very happy that I came in early to put that camera down there this morning. Here's Monachelli working on 4 in a row, starting to build a lead against Jerich early in this match. Good looking shot from Amleto, and that is 5 in a row. Let's check in with Walter Ray now with the front 7. And Walter Ray is on fire so far this morning. He is perfect, 8 for 8 to start off this match. Jack Jerich suddenly finds himself in a 22-pin deficit in this match. And Jack has not bowled all that bad. Amleto's just got the big string going here. Let's see what Jack does on this shot. Looks pretty good. And Jerich with the strike in the 7th frame. Pretty high-scoring match so far to start us off this morning. As Jerich steps up on the approach in the 8th frame. Again, for those just tuning in, it is a 3-game total pinfall match to determine the winner. Here's Jerich. There's a double, and he cuts the deficit down to 12 now. Walter Ray is getting ready to step up in just a moment with the front 8. I think that Walter Ray is going to go next, so we'll flip over to that. And Leto's taking his time. So here is Walter Ray Williams Jr. with the front 8 trying to take it to the 10th frame. And he does. He's got the front 9, and we will take a perfect game to the 10th frame. Here's Amleto in the 8th, trying to extend his string of strikes to 6, and he yanks it and does not carry the Brooklyn this time. 3 out of 4 shots on that right lane. Amleto Monachelli has missed way left. All right. Here is Walter Ray Williams Jr. with the front 9. And there is number 10 for Walter Ray Williams Jr. as he has been perfect so far this morning. And our our opening round of match play on day 2. We'll keep it here. Watch Walter Ray close out this game. Can Walter Ray get it done here to start this match? Looking for number 11. Oh, and it's a weak 10. And Walter Ray Williams Jr. will settle for a 289, but a huge lead in the match. Here is Ambletto Monachelli, 9th frame, leading by 11 in a high-scoring, very close match with Jack Jerich. Ambletto sends the pin across the deck for the strike. Walter Ray missed the spare, by the way. It's probably a good thing he threw a lot of strikes. So a 288 for Walter Ray Williams Jr., and he's going to have a massive lead on Mike Edwards after game 1. Right, here's Jerich, a chance to cut it back to a single pin deficit with a strike right here. And a very solid effort there by Jack Jerich, as he now has 3 strikes in a row heading into the 10th frame, and a chance to take the lead here with a strike on his next shot. Max scores this game: Monachelli 259, Jerich 258. Oh, Jerich gets a little tap on the 10. 6-pin went in the gutter and tapped the 10 and got just enough to knock it out for the strike. Very easily could have been a flat 10 on that shot, but that 6 had a little extra energy on it. So that is a lead change as Jerich takes the lead by 9. Nice shot by Jerich. That one drove through the pins a little better, and that is 5 in a row for him. And he is going to be in the 250s here in game 1. Jerich's fill ball is 6. He yanks it through the face, doesn't get the good count. And in these 3-game matches, every single pin could be important, and Jack leaves 4 out there on the deck on the fill for 254. .224 for Mike Edwards. Walter Ray Williams Jr. up 64 pins after game 1 with that 288. Here's Ambletto. He needs a double in the 10th to take the lead back heading into game 2. And a blowout 7 for Monachelli means that he will be in the 230s this game. They're going to have to spot that 7-pin as it fell after the rack had come down. So we'll flip over to our other match that we've got a camera on. Edwards stepping up in the first frame of game 2. Thank you for tuning in this morning. You're watching live coverage on Bowl TV of the USBC Senior Masters. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We are at the South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas. Edwards with a strike. Back over to Monachelli. Shooting the spare here in the 10th to close out game 1. Ambletto hooks it at it and covers it up. Certainly would appreciate it if you would tell your friends to tune in and watch our live streaming coverage here this morning. Just copy the link and post it on your Facebook and Twitter, and let's get some more folks watching our live streaming this morning. And if you'd like to just share the picture of Amleto and Jack that we posted on our USBC Facebook page, that would be great. Just go to facebook.com/USBC and share that picture, which also has the link to the live streaming. And if you're on Twitter, you can do the same thing on Twitter. We tweeted that same picture. Monachelli 237. So Jerich has a 17-pin lead after game one, 254 to 230. 254 to 237. Oh my. 7-10 split for Jack Jerich to start game two. Jerich shooting the 7-10. Haven't seen many pins pop out on shots like that here this week. And it is an open frame for Jack Jerich to start game two. Well, we promised you on Facebook that this would be a great match, and so far it has lived up to the billing. 254 to 237 the first game. Jerich leading the way. Very close match so far. 3 games total pinfall to determine the winner. And Amleto's going to back up here because Mike Monyak, our manager of South Point Bowling Center, was grabbing a piece of dead wood down on lane 5 and caught Amleto's eye. So it's better to wait and let that happen and then get out there and bowl. All right, so Monachelli, first frame, game 2, gets it way right. Had a problem of tugging it on that lane the first game, and this time he gets it way right. The winner of this match will face the winner of the Walter Ray Mike Edwards match for the top seed, and we will have that match for you next right here live on Bowl TV. That'll be followed by the final 4 players in the elimination bracket, bowling for 3 spots on the show. And then we'll have a break for a couple hours to get set up for the finals and give the players a little bit of time to relax and get their minds ready for the stepladder finals. And that'll take place this afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern here on Bowl TV. Pace of this match a little slow so far, and it's been high quality for sure. Amleto with a strike. He is down by 6 now. Amleto's made up 11 pins this game, down 17 coming into this game. check in on Walter Ray and Mike Edwards here in just a moment. Oh boy, Jack Jerich, a little high on that shot, leaves the 4 and the 7 standing. There's Walter Ray Williams Jr., who shot .288 the first game, and this game he has gone double, spare, strike, and just leaves the flat 10 that time. Mike Edwards, by the way, has the front 4 this game. So Edwards trying to mount the big comeback, down by 64 pins. Here is Jack Jerich with the spare. Flip you over so you can watch Walter Ray shoot this 10 pin. He missed one at the end of game 1. It is back-to-back 10 pins on that left lane, though, for Walter Ray Williams Jr. this game. But he covers it up. Still has the lead in the match at this point. Third frame for Jack Jerich, leading by 6. And Jack gets his first strike of this game. Go over and take a look at Mike Edwards, who has the front 4. And he turns it into the front 5, so Edwards quickly getting back in that match with Walter Ray Williams Jr. Here's Amleto. This has not been Amleto's favorite lane so far. Just can't seem to get it together on that right lane this game. Here's Edwards. Edwards with the front 6 to start game 2. And now he's got the front 7. I'm sorry, he's got the front 6. I've got a post between me and the scoreboard, so it's a little hard to see it. Walter Ray Williams Jr. Nine pin doesn't go. That match is going to be real close at this rate. Monachelli after the open frame, trying to get back on track. He's had no problems on the left lane, but the right lane has just killed him so far. All right, we haven't had a double yet in this game. Jack Jerich has a chance for the first one. Looks pretty good. So Jack Jerich now up by 28 pins in the match as we approach the halfway point of this 3-game total pinfall match. John Duvall Jr. just sent me a tweet, said he's watching the Senior Masters at home with a bum knee and wanted to know if he could get a shout-out. So there you go, John. Thanks for watching our live streaming here on Bowl TV today. If you want to tweet me, you can find me at Lucas_Wiseman. Jack, the gentleman Jerich, with 3 in a row now. One of the nicest guys out here for sure. Both these guys Could easily win the Sportsmanship Award every year, Amleto and Jack. Mike Edwards is up. We'll flip over there quickly as Edwards strikes for the front 7. Edwards stepping up now, 7 in a row to start game 2. And here we go. And a 2-8-10 for Mike Edwards. Not only ends the string of strikes, but hurts him in the match with Walter Ray. He was trailing by 64 pins coming into the game. He's made up a lot of that already, but he'd gotten real close to taking the lead, and then he left the big split. Let's take a look over there and see if he makes it here. 2-8-10. Dick Allen made that on TV a couple of days ago, if you watched the PBA Tour. Tough spare to make. Walter Ray leads by 17 in that match. Edwards had gotten it down to single digits, but just gave some of it back. All right, here's Amleto. Amleto, while we were watching Edwards, did throw a really good shot on the right lane for a strike. And he's looking for a triple here now. Doesn't it figure? Finally throws a great shot on the right lane and then doesn't get it done on the left lane. Never fails, huh? And he leaves the awkward 2-6-10 split. So now Jack Jerich has an opportunity to build on his lead after the open frame by Monachelli. And Jack Jerich can't believe that he just left the 7-9. Shocking development here, 7-9 split. He had an opportunity to really put the hammer down on Amleto, and instead, 7-9 split. And he takes one of them for the open frame. Both players with an open in the 6th. Jerich has picked up another 12 pins this game. He is up 29 in the match, with 4 frames in game 2 to go and all of game 3 left. Let's see what's going on here in our other match. Mike Edwards back on the lanes after that split with a strike here. Still trails by 27 pins in that match. Over to Jerich now. Goes a little bit high on that shot, leaves the 4 pin. For those of you just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. You can find the brackets, results, live scoring information on bowl.com/Senior Masters. Bowl.com/Senior Masters is your resource for information on the greatest event in the world for bowlers age 50 and older. And I just want to remind you, if you haven't heard me say it about a million times this week, that the stepladder finals are this afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, and I hope that you will join us for that right here live on Bowl TV. Last year, we saw Pete Weber defeat Lenny Boris Jr. in the final frame, and it was very exciting, and I expect that we will have a very good show this time around, as well as Amleto has now made back-to-back great shots on that right lane. Mike Edwards, by the way, doubled in the 10th, and he is going to be in the 260s this game, and that's going to be a pretty close match going into Game 3, it looks like. Right, here's Monachelli down by 29 in the match. He can cut it to 19 with a strike right here. Wheels it right, sends the messenger in front of the 10. And Leto not able to get the double. Walter A. Williams Jr. with a strike in the 10th. And Jack Jerich with another split on that right lane, a 2-8-10 this time. And that has the potential to tighten things up significantly. Takes two of them. Walter Ray shot 227. He leads Mike Edwards 515 to 489. So a 26-pin lead for Walter Ray going into Game 3. Jerich makes the spare. This is a very close match as well. 15-pin lead for Jack Jerich at this point. As Amleto will close out the 9th frame of Game 2. See if we can get you an update on some of the other matches going on. Brian Voss leading by 20 on Wayne Webb in an elimination match. All of the matches I'm going to mention are elimination matches. Pete Weber leading by 21 on Klein after 2 games. 40-pin lead for Brown against Starks as they have a couple of frames to go in game 2. And a 20-pin lead for Woods on Contreras as they close out the second game. Heading into the 10th frame here, we are all tied up in this game. Jerich with a 17-pin advantage from game 1. Much higher scoring in game 1 than game 2 has been. Game 1, Jerich 254 to 237, and this time around, neither player are going to be in the 200s. So an important first shot in the 10th here for Amleto Monachelli. Amleto very lucky to break up the split, leaving just the 4-pin. Pretty interesting match so far. Monachelli with the spare. He's going to be at 180 as he goes to the bag to look for another ball. We'll go over and check in on Mike Edwards, who just struck on the right lane. And Edwards had an open to start this game. Walter Ray Williams Jr. with a double. Amleto's final shot of the game. A couple of splits this game. Only one double for Amleto Monachelli. And he gets 6 on the fill. 176. So if Jerich can strike out, he can add another 15 pins to his lead and be up 32 going into the last game. Oh, wow, very lucky to get the 10 out on that shot, and Jack has come up light on that lane 2 times in a row now. So he's going to be in the 170s as well. And we're going to have about a 20-pin match going into game 3. Jack Jerich in the lead, assuming he makes the spare here. And he does. Let's flip over and take a look at Walter Ray Williams Jr. And Walter Ray with another strike. That is 3 in a row for Hall of Famer. Jerich with the fill ball. Trying something a little different. Doesn't work very well and gets 7. So they both shoot 176 and no change after 2 games. 430 for Jack Jerich, 413 for Amleto Monachelli. So it entered Game 2 at a 17-pin lead for Jack Jerich, and it exits Game 2 at that same 17-pin lead for Jack Jerich. Walter Ray Williams Jr. looks like he struck again, so he's got the front four. And he is rolling against Mike Edwards right now. Up by 67 pins with 6.5 frames to go. There's Edwards with a ring 10 as we wait for Jerich and Monachelli to get started with Game 3. This is Game 3 in this match. The winner of this Edwards-Walter Ray match will bowl the winner of this match between Monachelli and Jerich for the top seed in the stepladder finals. That was a nice carry there for Jack Jerich as the 6-pin was starting to go down, and a messenger came across and took it out. Light 6-pins are always interesting. Or those pocket 6-pins are always interesting, I should say. And so both players with a strike to start Game 3. Jerich up by 17 in the match. Jerich running it out there for the double and the 27-pin lead. Let's go over to Walter Ray, who's trying to keep his string alive, and he does. Walter Ray Williams Jr. now with the front 5 this game, and what has been a very high-scoring match. Walter Ray leading Mike Edwards 515 to 489. So all of a sudden, a lot of pressure on Amleto Monachelli here to keep pace with Jack Jerich. He's down 27 pins, and he yanks it through the face. 3, 6, 9, 10 for Amleto Monachelli. Walter Ray Williams Jr. just struck again. Tough leave here for Monachelli. 3, 6, 9, 10. Not the easiest spare in the world to make. He did make it earlier in the match. I think he left it in the first game. Doesn't get it this time and falls further behind. And Amleto has dug himself a really big hole now. Here's Mike Edwards, who also is in a pretty big hole against Walter Ray. Mike Edwards down 78 pins with 4 frames to go. It is possible that Walter Ray could shoot 800 at him. And it's possible that Mike Edwards is going to lose with a really good score. There's Amleto rebounding with a strike. It's a 39-pin lead for Jack Jerich now. Jerich working on a double. Comes in light. The ball just never finished. Leaves the 2-8. You can see Mike Edwards shooting a spare, which is not a good sign for him. when Walter Ray's got the front 6 and is up 78 pins. As long as Walter Ray pretty much stays clean the rest of the way, he should be in good shape. Jerich trying to cover up the double wood here, and he does. Brian Voss is... I wish Brian Voss was on the live streaming right now. He's putting on a show down there. Running out, doing big uppercut punches to the sky. He's in a heck of a match with Wayne Webb. He's up 40 pins. A couple of frames to go. Pete Weber just left a single pin. He's in a pretty good position against Klein in that match as they are got about a frame and a half to go. Here's Jack Jerich with a strike. And Walter Ray struck again, by the way. So we're going to go over and check out Mr. Williams with the front 7. He's in great position here. He's going to advance to the stepladder finals for sure, as he now has the front 8, and Walter Ray Williams Jr. is going to be on the show for sure. Just a matter of what position he will bowl the winner of this Jerich Monachelli match next for the top seed. Amleto desperately needs a strike here, and he yanks it and leaves the 3-pin. Amleto just has not thrown the ball real well in stretches in this match. Monachelli with the single pin leave. Jerich is going to have a chance to push his lead pretty far ahead here in the next couple of shots. But first, we're going to go over to 19 and 20, where Walter Ray Williams Jr. has the front 8, as he is making a run at a perfect game here. See if he's got another one. And Walter Ray has the front 9 for the second time in this match. And he is just a couple of shots away from a 300 game. Here is Jack Jerich looking for a double. Desperately wanted it, got down on one knee, begged for it, didn't get it. Leaves the 10 pin. Walter Ray Williams Jr. has already won the match. He will be in the stepladder finals later today. 2 questions remain. Can he bowl 300? Can he bowl 800? Here's the first shot in the 10th. Gets number 10. He made it this far earlier in the match before leaving a 10 pin. That locks up the 800 as long as he has good count. Again, for those of you just tuning in, Walter Ray Williams Jr. has the front 10. Can he take it to the final ball? Yes, he will. Walter Ray Williams Jr., front 11. Another strike. He'll bowl 8-15 in this match to win. Jack Jerich just threw a strike in the other match. We'll get back to that in just a moment. A chance for a 300 game for Walter Ray Williams Jr. here at the Senior Masters. He's got the front 11. Does he have another one in him? Here's the shot, and it's good! Walter Ray Williams Jr. with a perfect game here at the Senior Masters as he is advanced to the stepladder finals and will bowl for the top seed next. What a performance by Walter Ray this morning. 8-15. With a 300 game. Incredible bowling by Walter Ray, and he is certainly the man to beat here at the Senior Masters this week. Oh, brutal 8-pin for Amleto Monachelli. This is still a relatively close match here, but Amleto cannot afford to get bad breaks like that on good shots. He is down to Jack Jerich by 39 pins, and we've got 4 frames to go. The winner of this match will bowl Walter Ray Williams Jr. next for the top seed on the show. Stepladder finals coming up this afternoon, 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to tune in for the stepladder finals this afternoon. We know for sure that Walter Ray Williams Jr. will be on the show. The winner of this match that we're watching right now will also be guaranteed a spot on the show. And the winner of this match will bowl Walter Ray next for the top seed. Amleto just has not thrown the ball great. And as that one never finishes in the back part of the lane, and he leaves the 2-10 split. So it's starting to shape up like it's going to be Jack Jerich against Walter Ray Williams Jr. for the top seed. And again, that match will start shortly after we finish this round, as Amleto opens in the 7th. Now that being said, Mike Edwards and Amleto Monachelli will still have a very good chance to make the stepladder finals. They will drop now into that final elimination match where 4 players will bowl a 3-game match on the same pair of lanes, with the top 3 advancing to the stepladder finals. And that match will be coming up 2 rounds from now, right after our top seed match next. Jack Jerich with a double, and he hammers that nail a little deeper into the coffin with that double right there, as he is in great shape to advance to the match against Walter Ray for the top seed. Jack trips out the 4-pin on the 4-6 split, and you can see the relief on his face after tripping that out. As we're wrapping up here. By the way, in the other matches going on, Pete Weber won his elimination match, as did Brian Voss. We've got 2 other elimination matches still going on. Woods and Contreras are too close to call at this point. Same for Brown and Starks, as Amleto leaves a 9-pin. It's a tough match for Amleto. Not only did he not throw the ball great in stretches, he also didn't get very many good breaks. Hard to win against a bowler like Jack Jerich. when you're not getting any breaks and you got a few errant shots in there as well. All right, so if you're just tuning in, Walter A. Williams Jr. bowled a 300 game and an 8-15 series as he defeated Mike Edwards. Walter Ray is advanced to our final match in the winner's bracket, where he will bowl, looks like, Jack Jerich from the top seed on the show. Jack Jerich just looking to close out the win here against Amleto. Jack pulls that one and leaves just the 3-pin, but he is in great shape. He's up 43 this game, and he's up 60 in the match if he makes the spare, so he's already locked up the win here. Even if Jack misses this and doesn't knock down any pins in the 10th frame, he still would win. So they're going to fast track the finish here. Jack Jerich advances to bowl Walter Ray Williams Jr. next, the top seed on the show. We've got 2 more elimination matches still finishing up. It looks like Woods is in good shape to advance against Contreras. Brown and Starks still pretty close with a couple of frames to go. Amleto just closing it out here. Amleto's going to bowl a couple of 170 games in this match after starting with 237. So our final shot for Amleto Monachelli, who still has a great shot to make it into the stepladder. Basically, he's got a 75% chance to make it into the stepladder finals in that elimination finale, as Jack Jerich wins the match 646 to 585. It's a 61-pin win for Jack Jerich. It's an 18-pin lead for Robert Brown right now against Starks. And I think we can get a look at that one as we wait for our next match to start. Kind of a wide-angle look, and Robert Brown just left a split in the 9th, and he is leading in this match. Remember, we want you to stand by. Coming up in just a few minutes, Walter Ray Williams Jr. against Jack Jerich for the top seed on the show. Here's Robert Brown shooting a split. Trying to stay in the lead here. Open frame. All right, Jim Starks. All of a sudden, right back in this match with a frame and a half to go. Trying to stay alive in the tournament. Jim bowled 300 yesterday and a 791 series. There's a strike. Let's do some math here and figure this one out. Stark's down 25 coming into this game. And he's made up 33 pins, so that shot right there gave him the lead. The best that Brown can shoot this game is 200. That means Starks would need 226 to win the match, and he can go 243. So if Starks strikes on this shot and it gets decent count, he will win the match. So a strike to win. Oh, and he leaves a split. Let's zoom in a little tighter. Won't let me get much tighter than that, but a 2-4-8-10 it looks like. And that is a devastating way to end the match. And look at him. You can't believe it. Jim Starks with the split in the 10th. And let's take a closer look at the scoreboard here so we can get a better idea. You can see the big split there. If he makes it, he still has an outside shot. Got to hook it to it, and he gets 0. And Robert Brown is going to win the match. Wow, what a finish to that match. As Robert Brown is going to advance. And stand by, folks. Coming up next, it's going to be Walter Ray Williams Jr. Oh, wait a minute. As he leaves the Greek church. And everybody doing the math here. He needs to get 2 of these, I believe, to win. He gets 3. Let's see here. And the final score, 555 to 553. Robert Brown wins that match. Bit of a strange finish to that one as both players open in the 10th. Okay, stand by. We're going to get the cameras set and ready to go for the next match. It shouldn't take very long. It should be just a couple of minutes before we get started. I think it's scheduled for 9:15, I'm sorry, which is in about 5 minutes. So stand by. Walter Ray Williams Jr. against Jack Jerich coming up next here on Bowl TV.
Okay, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Williams, Jr., Jerich, Mr. Weber, Mr. Brown, 34 to starting minutes. All bullets, please, in order to the starting line. All right, all those things on the frames.
Should be getting started here in just about a minute and a half or so as they wrap up practice.
elimination rounds tonight.
All right, about to get started here with our match for the top seed in the stepladder finals. Walter Ray Williams Jr. against Jack Jerich. The winner will be your number 1 seed this afternoon. All right, so here we go, ready to get started. Our first shot of the match is Walter Ray Williams Jr., who leaves a 10-pin. And Walter Ray had somebody yell in his backswing, and wasn't real happy about that. All right, so for those of you just tuning in, it is a 3-game total pinfall match to determine the winner. Once again, every round is the same, and we are winding down. We already know that Walter Ray and Jack Jerich will be on the stepladder finals as the top 2 seeds. Just a matter of who is number 1 and who is number 2, and that's what they're determining right now. Jack Jerich, first frame, is a strike. He's off to a good start here. Two other matches going on right now. They are elimination matches. It's Brian Voss against Ricky Woods, Pete Weber against Robert Brown. And we will keep you updated on how those matches progress as we move along here. Jack Jerich defeated Amleto Monachelli in the last round. Walter Ray Williams Jr. beat Mike Edwards. Monachelli and Edwards will bowl in that elimination finale coming up in the next round. Jeff in the chat was asking what the highest losing 3-game series in a match was in the Masters or the Senior Masters, and I just checked the Masters records, which is what I have available to me, and the answer is 795. Del Ballard Jr. back in the 1980s lost a match at the Masters. Appreciate everybody tuning in this morning here at the South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. This is the USBC Senior Masters match for the top seed on the show. We did post a picture of Walter Ray and Jack Jerich before they got started with their match, and go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, and share that picture if you wouldn't mind. And let's try to get as many folks watching as we can. Too good of a match to have people miss it, as Walter Ray leaves the 210 split in the third. An open frame for Walter Ray in the third frame. We do have a camera positioned to get a look at Brian Voss and Ricky Woods' match over on 11 and 12. Kind of a wide shot at it. You can see Brian Voss standing there. He has started with a double. Ricky Woods spare strike open to start that match. Voss with 3 in a row to start off. Here's Jerich in the third. Jerich up 12 early on here in this top seed match. Stepladder finals start at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern here on Bowl TV. Be sure to tune in for that this afternoon. Already shaping up to be a great show with Walter Ray and Jack Jerich. Say hello to my friend Walter Wilson back in Oklahoma City. Hey, Walter. Thanks for tuning in and watching our live coverage. John says thanks for allowing us to watch all this bowling. You're welcome, John. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody taking some time out of their day to spend with us here on Bowl TV. Everybody likes to watch great bowling. And the Senior Masters, a great event for over 20 years. Gets better and better every year as top pros get older and make their way into this event. Walter Ray Williams Jr., Jack Jerich, Pete Weber, Brian Voss, Mike Edwards, Amuleto Monachelli among those players still in contention to win the tournament. Walter Ray with a strike in the fourth. Still down by 12. We're going to flip over and take a look at Woods in the fourth, trailing by 31 against Brian Voss. And leaves a 10-pin. Brian Voss has bowled really well this week. And think about this, if Voss and Weber win their elimination matches, our elimination finale would be Weber, Voss, Monachelli, and Edwards. How about that for a elimination finale? Here's Walter Ray. Walter Ray misses the head pin to the right and leaves the 1-2-8. Please take a moment to follow USBC on Twitter at USBC. And if you want to help spread the word about the live streaming, you can retweet our post from just a few minutes ago promoting this top seed match. Walter Ray almost misses the spare. I think he thought that it was going to be an open off his hand, but he does cover it up. Over to the other match we've got for you here. Woods in the fifth with a strike, still down 31 against Brian Voss. Pete Weber has a 10-pin lead on Robert Brown after 6 frames of game 1. Jack Jerich looking real solid early in this match. It is worth noting that they are bowling on the fresh. Jack Jerich bowled well the first game on the fresh against Amleto, and then only bowled 176 his second game. So we'll have to see how Jack manages the transition. Walter Ray in his match on the fresh went 288, 227, 300. But totally different now. They break them down different than they were broken down in those matches, I'm sure. So we'll have to see how it plays out. But right now, Jack Jerich looking pretty solid. Another strike, 4 in a row. Jack the Ripper. All of a sudden, it's a 40-plus pin lead for Jack Jerich. Walter Ray, 6th frame, leaves the 10 pin. So far, things not shaping up well for Walter Ray Williams Jr. He still has a lot of time left in this match, though. 3 games, total pins, takes a while. Travis watching from Qatar at the Al Udeid Air Base. Thanks for tuning in, Travis, and thanks for your service. Appreciate you taking some time to watch. We'll be Bolt TV will be actually in your neck of the woods in December. We'll be live streaming the World Championships in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, in December. Bolt TV going all over the world this year. We're going to be in Hong Kong at the World Youth Championships in August, so be sure to be on the lookout for that in the coming months. Pete Weber leading by 34 against Robert Brown after 8 frames of game 1. Jack Jerich slaps the 9-pin silly for 5 in a row. He extends the lead. Jack Jerich up 53 pins on Walter Ray right now. Another great shot from Jack Jerich. Looking real tough right now. 6 in a row. Over to Woods in his match against Voss. Strike for Ricky. He's down 41 against Voss. As Walter Ray steps up here looking for his first double of the match. And he gets it. You knew Walter Ray wouldn't go too much longer without finding a double out there somewhere. But he's still down 53 pins after just 8 frames. All right, let's take a look at Brian Voss here. Brian Voss working on a double. Staring it down. Brian's got his 2 boys here watching him, 21 and 23, first trip to Vegas for one of them. And Brian said, always a little added incentive to bowl well when your family members are watching. Walter Ray just threw another one, 3 in a row. Pete Weber can strike out in the 10th for 279, and he would have a huge lead on Robert Brown. Don't forget, you can follow the live scoring at bowl.com/seniormasters if you would like to see the frame-by-frame of any of the 3 matches that are going on right now. There's Voss, kind of walking out a 10-pin on a 3-bagger. He leads by 50 now against Woods. Jack Jerich continuing to bowl strong here. 7 in a row for Jack, and he can max at 280 this game. Walter Ray can only get to 227. Pete Weber just left a 10-pin and made it in the 10th, and he will be in the 250s here in Game 1. Got somebody from Romania watching our live streaming, and Eric is watching in Costa Rica. Thanks for watching, guys. Got viewers from all over the world here on Bowl TV. As always, we've got a very international audience on Bowl TV. I think it's a result of us live streaming so many international competitions over the years. I appreciate you guys tuning in around the world, and hope you enjoy the opportunity to watch some of the best senior bowlers in the world. Although it's kind of hard to wrap your head around some of these bowlers bowling on the senior tour, isn't it? Jack Jerich looking to close out Game 1 in fashion, and there is another strike. He's a strike away from 10 in a row and a 280 game. Heck of a start for Jack Jerich here against Walter Ray Williams Jr. Stepladder finals coming up this afternoon, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Hope you'll join us for that. Walter Ray and Jack Jerich already on the show for sure, as Jack Jerich finishes with 280. A great start for Jack Jerich here in our top seed match. We do have another round coming up after this one. It is the elimination finale. It will feature Amleto Monachelli, Mike Edwards for sure, and also the winners of our elimination matches in this round, which currently leading are Pete Weber and Brian Voss. This could be shaping up to be one of the greatest stepladder finals in the history of the Senior Masters. Robert Brown finished with 215 against Pete Weber. Weber had 257. So that is a 42-pin lead for Pete Weber. Let's go over to Brian Voss, who strikes in the 9th. Voss can get to 258 this game. Woods going to be under 200. Walter Ray with a fill ball coming here. He's going to be at 206 with a strike. I would imagine he's probably hunting around trying to find a better look here, and he leaves a 10-pin, 205. Down 75 pins after Game 1. Brian Voss with a double. Gets the strike for a shot in the 10th. Jerich starts off with a 9-pin. He pulled it a little bit. Got there a little late to see the result there, but leaves the 9-pin on that shot. So we'll watch Brian Voss finish out the 10th frame here. Brian leading by 61 pins right now, as they are closing out game 1. Brian Voss working on a double second shot in the 10th. And there's Brian with the uppercut to the sky. Trademark move there by Brian Voss. So that puts Brian Voss in the 250s. He leaves a 9-pin good spot for that, 257. Brian Voss. Over to Walter Ray, first frame. I think Walter Ray knows that he has got to absolutely destroy the pins these last 2 games to win this match, and he just sent a pin dancing across the deck for a strike in the first frame. Walter Ray looking for a double to start game number 2. He's using a different ball on each lane, and he paralyzes the 5-pin on that shot. That ball did not finish very well. Walter Ray covers up the spare. Keeping an eye on the other matches as well for you. Woods just finishing out game 1 against Voss. He's only going to shoot 187. Jack Jerich with a strike here. Brian Voss shot 257. So a 70-pin lead for Brian Voss after game 1. So just to recap where we stand here, Voss leads Woods by 70 after game 1. Jack Jerich leads Walter Ray Williams Jr. by 75. And in the other match, the other match is the closest one. Pete Weber leads Robert Brown by 30 pins after 2 frames in game 2. Jack Jerich with a double. Brian Voss stepping on to the approach here for the first frame of game number 2. He blasts the rack for a strike. Here's Walter Ray. I'm telling you, Walter Ray better get something going quick here, or this match is going to be very tough for him. Can't afford to get too much further behind. He's already down by 85 pins. Pete Weber just left a massive split in his match for the 2nd frame in a row. He left a 3, 4, 7, 10. Think about that one for a second. Yeah, Walter Ray, welcome to the top seed match, young man. That's a double. And he's going to need a lot more strikes like that to have a chance to come back against Jack Jerich. Oh, and Jack rips the 9-pin out of the rack for 3 in a row. Over to Woods. Match against Voss. Leaves a 2-pin. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bold TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for joining us. This is the match for the top seed for the stepladder finals. Jack Jerich, Walter Ray Williams Jr. both going to be on the show for sure. Just a matter of who's going to be the number 1 seed. And right now, Jack Jerich is the man to beat. Although Walter Ray Williams Jr. came in as the top seed after qualifying and has gone undefeated in matches so far. But the way that this match is going, it certainly looks like Jack Jerich is going to be very, very tough to beat. Jack threw 11 strikes in game 1, and he's thrown 4 out of 5 this game. So Jack Jerich has thrown 15 out of 17 strikes to start this match. Walter Ray looks like he might finally have something going here with 3 in a row. But he can't afford to just match strikes with Jack Jerich. He needs some help from Jerich in addition to throwing strikes of his own to have a chance to mount a comeback. As long as Jerich is striking, Williams has no chance. Again, Walter Ray throwing a different ball on each lane and leaves a 9-pin on that shot, and that may be the shot that kind of seals his fate in this match. Here's Brian Voss working on a double to start this game. Staring it down, running it out. Brian Voss as competitive and fiery as ever. He's been more animated than just about any bowler this week out there on the lanes, especially in match play. I think that's just Brian's personality, though. Another strike for Jack. Lead builds. It is a 96-pin lead for Jack Jerich right now on Walter Ray. Pete Weber leads Robert Brown by 32 as they approach the halfway point of that match. Jack Jerich, another strike. The lead is now triple digits for Jack Jerich. Ricky Woods trailing pretty big against Brian Voss in this match. Remember, the winner of the 2 elimination matches in this round will advance to the elimination finale, which will feature Amleto, Monachelli, Mike Edwards for sure. And it's looking likely that it'll be Brian Voss as well, and potentially Pete Weber. And Chris in the chat asking if the winner, loser of this match is the number 1 and number 2 seed, and that is correct. The winner of this match between Jerich and Williams is the number 1 seed for the stepladder. The loser is the number 2 seed. Well, while Walter Ray takes a re-rack, let's go look at Brian Voss with the front 3 here in game 2. There's Brian slapping around the 9-pin again. Gotta love it. It's fun stuff right there. Brian Voss with the front 4 and a massive lead. Walter Ray with a double. Brian Voss up 103 pins in his match at the nearing the halfway point. You see Brian with the front 4. There's another one. Brian Voss looking real tough here in this elimination match against Ricky Woods. Here's Jerich, who has been absolutely on fire. And he yanks that one. I think Jack can afford one bad shot in 2 games. Mike asking if the finals are going to be on TV. They will not, but they will be live right here on Bowl TV, and you'll be able to watch this afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Jerich with the spare still has a big lead in the match. Bowled 18 frames, only had 3 spares. The rest were strikes so far. Pete Weber up 45 on Robert Brown after 6 frames in game 2. Stone cold 8-pin for Jack Jerich. I think that's an 8-pin you're okay with. He threw it pretty well, and leading by as much as he is. It's not the end of the world. Ricky Woods just opened against Brian Voss, which is that match quickly getting out of control in Brian Voss's favor. And we're going to flip over and take a look at that one here. As you see Amleto walking down there in the bottom of the screen. He's prepping for his elimination finale, along with Mike Edwards, and the winner of this match and the winner of the Weber-Brown match. Here is Brian Voss with the front 5. A couple of more strikes here, and Voss will be in cruise control for the rest of this match. There's another one for BV. Walter Ray just left a 10-pin. So we've got 2 blowouts right now. And the other match between Weber and Brown is Pete Weber leading by 55. So that's the closest match we have, is 55 pins at this point. Now remember that next match that we have coming up for you, the final 4 bowlers in the elimination bracket, both 3 games on the same pair of lanes, top 3 scores advance. So one guy will be knocked out. Voss with the front 7. So the top score in that elimination finale will earn the number 3 seed. The second highest score, the number 4 seed. The third highest score, the 5th seed. And then the 4th score will be eliminated from the tournament. So for the bowlers who make that match, a 75% chance of making the finals. Pretty good odds. Here's Woods in the 7th. Gets a strike. Walter Ray going to be in the 230s this game if he can strike again. Pete Weber is up in his match working on a double. Just threw another one. He's starting to pull away against Robert Brown. Brian Voss stepping up with the front 7. Brian shot 257 the first game. Trying to push it to the front 8. And he does. Walter Ray, pin dancing toward the 10 for the fill ball. 237 for Walter Ray Williams Jr. Gives him 442 for the first 2 games of the match. But Jack Jerich, 280 the first game, can get to 257 this game. We will flip over to Brian Voss as soon as he steps up to bowl the 9th frame. There's another strike for Jack. Back on track there. He can get to 257, which would give him 537 the first 2 games. Here is Brian Voss, front 8. In complete control in this match against Woods. And BV with another strike, front 9. I just posted the alert on our Facebook page that Brian Voss has got the front 9. See if we can get some more folks to tune in to watch that. Oh, Jack almost made the split there. Still shoots 246. Actually adds to his lead a little bit. He's got 526 for the first 2 games. And an 84-pin lead after 2. Again, we are waiting for Brian Voss to throw his 10th frame. Ricky Woods will finish the 10th first in that match. Brian Voss currently with the front 9. So in just a few minutes, we will see if we will have another 300 game live on Bowl TV today. Here's Walter Ray, first frame of Game 3. It is a 9-pin. Pete Weber leads Robert Brown by 54 pins right now. Again, waiting for Brian Voss to bowl the 10th frame. He's got the front 9. It's going to be coming up in just a moment. One more shot to go for Woods. He's going to be at 208 this game. And then we will see Brian Voss try to close it out here. Jack Jerich just spun around a pin. And everybody was shocked by the result. Unfortunately, we didn't see it. We're waiting for Brian Voss to bowl here, as Brian Voss is about to bowl for a 300 game. All right, so there's Brian Voss in complete control here of this match against Ricky Woods. and trying to close out game 2 with a perfect game. Here's Voss, front 9. Oh, and a ring 10 ends the run at 9 strikes in a row. Thought we were going to have another one here, folks, but BV leaves the ring 10 on the first shot in the 10th. Made a good run at it, but it's going to be 279 for Brian Voss. So it's going to be a 279 for Brian Voss. He's going to be up by 149 pins, 143 pins, something like that. Pete Weber, Robert Brown heading to game 3. And it is Pete Weber leading by 55 pins in that match. That's the closest of the 3 matches that are going on right now. Brian Voss sitting at 536 after 2 games. Don't forget, stepladder finals coming up this afternoon, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here live on Bowl TV. We know for sure that Walter Ray and Jack Jerich are going to be on the show. We have one more match to go after this round to determine our stepladder. Amleto Monachelli, Mike Edwards, looks like Brian Voss, and potentially Pete Weber will all bowl a 3-game match together on the same pair, with the top 3 scores advancing to the stepladder. Jack leaves the 2-pin. Again, Jerich up 84 coming into this game. He's up 74 right now as they wrap up the 3rd frame of game 3. Pete Weber leading by 66 in his match against Robert Brown. Just doubled to make it 76. So PDW is still in the hunt to successfully defend his title. And we may see Pete Weber next if he continues to maintain that lead and win the match. Exciting day of competition here so far at the Senior Masters, and it's only going to get better from here, folks. That 4-player finale coming up next could be absolutely spectacular. The potential there to have Monachelli, Edwards, Voss, and Weber all bowling for 3 spots. Jack Jerich has slowed down a little bit here, but doesn't much matter. He still is in the lead by a wide margin. He's just going to have to keep an eye on what Walter Ray does here. Walter Ray can punch for 290, which nothing would surprise me when it comes to Walter Ray. And let's say Walter Ray does shoot 290. Let's just assume. Jack Jerich would need 207 to shut him out. So that's the magic number for Jerich, and that number will get smaller every time Walter Ray does not strike. So really, Walter Ray must strike the rest of the way here to have any chance. There's 3 in a row, so he's trying to hang in there. Again, the magic number still at 207 for Jerich to win the match. By the way, Brian Voss has started with the front 3 this game, and oh boy, Walter Ray with a stone-cold 8-pin. And his max just went from 290 down to 269. Which means the magic number for Jerich just dropped to 186. So basically, Jerich needs to stay clean. He'll win the match. Well, Jerich misses the head pin to the right. Doesn't want to start doing stuff like that. Needs to stay clean here to secure the top seed. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. It's the final game of this round in progress. Brian Voss is going to defeat Ricky Woods, we know that. Robert Brown is trying to mount a comeback against Pete Weber. He's got 4 in a row, running out of time, and Jack Jerich is leading big, but just had an open frame. Again, the magic number for Jack is 185. Sorry, 186 is the magic number Jack needs to guarantee the win in this match. And that would assume that Walter Ray strikes out. Pete Weber leading by 44 pins right now, and just left a 3-6-10 in the 5th. So we may need to adjust our camera over to that one in just a moment. I want to make sure that we see who wins between Jerich and Williams for sure here before we make any adjustments, because that's the camera that has to move. Brian Voss has the front 5. He's got a legit shot at a big 800 series. He steps up here. Shreds the rack. And Walter Ray shredded the rack but left the 10. And the number continues to shrink for Jack Jerich to secure the top seed. Now the top score for Walter Ray this game is 258. So to get that magic number, we subtract 84 from that, which is the difference coming into this game. So Jack Jerich needs 174 to guarantee a tie if Walter Ray strikes out. 175 is the magic number to win. And this is just about over as Walter Ray leaves another single pin. See what Robert Brown does on his next shot, and that'll determine whether we switch the camera over to that pair or not. Robert Brown just left a split. So that's going to keep that match from getting too terribly interesting at this point. Keep an eye on it, though. Pete Weber in good shape to advance at this point. Walter Ray hit the button there. Walter Ray's a funny guy. Well, Robert Brown made that split. Take a look at Brian Voss, who's got the front six again. And he's got the front seven again. Jack Jerich looking for a double. Apparently threw it terribly based on his reaction as he leaves a baby split with a sleeper. 3-9-10 for Jack Jerich. It's a good thing he bowled 526 for his first two because this last game has not been great. Pete Weber still up by 45 with 4 frames to go against Robert Brown. Jack Jerich trying to cover it up, and it's an open frame for Jerich. Here's Voss with the front seven. BV, another one. 8 in a row. He can bowl 836 if he strikes out for the 300. Well, this match is getting more interesting as Jack Jerich has opened a couple of times here. Jerich still leading by 39 pins with 3 frames to go, as it continues to creep closer and closer. And a blowout 7-pin now for Jerich. The 9th round of match play, the elimination finale, will be immediately following this round. It will feature Amleto Monachelli, Mike Edwards, Brian Voss, and either Pete Weber or Robert Brown, whoever wins that match. Here's Jack, needs to make the spare here, and he does. Well, this isn't over yet. If Walter Ray strikes out 8th, 9th, and 10th, that would force Jerich to double at some point. So this is far from over here. Walter Ray has to punch out, though, and a 2-4-8-10 for Walter Ray Williams Jr. will end his chances to get the top seed. Got interesting there for a little bit, but Walter Ray not able to get a strike there. Here's Brian Voss with the front 8. BV's taking it to the 10th again for the 2nd consecutive game. All right, here's Brian Voss, front 9. This time, he gets the first one in the 10th. 10 in a row. He's locked up an 800 series. It is a huge set. Brian Voss. As we will take a little bit closer look here at Brian Voss as he attempts to bowl a perfect game again. He had the front 9 last game. He now has the front 10 this game. Last time he left a ring 10 on his first shot in the 10th. Already past that point. And this time it's a 7-pin. And Brian Voss just can't get that 300 game. But still, a massive series for Brian Voss. It's going to be 825 with the spare. And Brian Voss has advanced into the elimination finale with a massive 825 series against Ricky Woods. Fantastic bowling by the Hall of Famer. He's had a great week, and now he's one step closer to advancing to the stepladder finals. And Jack Jerich, 10th frame. There's a double. Pete Weber has thrown 4 in a row. He will advance. So guess what, folks? It's going to be an unbelievable elimination finale coming up next. Brian Voss, Pete Weber, Amleto Monachelli, and Mike Edwards bowling for 3 spots on the show. Folks, it doesn't get much better than this here on Bowl TV. You want to stick around because immediately following the conclusion here, they'll have about a 5-minute break, and then we will get started with the elimination finale live right here on Bowl TV. Top seed is going to go to Jack Jerich. By the way, Brian Voss, 825 to 579. He wins that match. Pete Weber is going to win. He shot 685 this round. Robert Brown can only max at about 631. But Jack Jerich is going to be your top seed for the stepladder this afternoon. And Jerich closes out the game with a 8-pin again. I think he left about 3 of them. 191 for Jack. He shoots 17. It's like 717 for the set. Walter Ray with 201 and 643. So our elimination finale coming up next. Brian Voss, Pete Weber, Amleto Monachelli, and Mike Edwards bowling for the final 3 spots in the stepladder finals. Stand by. We'll get started with that in just a couple of minutes here live on Bowl TV.
This morning come to see you, and you yelling the spirit at us.
Three bowlers out of all the rest of them.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
We can make it.
He got on me early.
And three
Yelling at us.
will make it and three
I
won't.
think I said, come on, do that. I think I seen him on TV. The lights of the baby was crying. He did walk up to me.
He was giving the finger yesterday because he was going to play. Yeah, and then he was way down all the last game.
I think he did a. Alternate did 201 and Jerich did. Yeah, I'm really not sure.
No, he won. I just wanted to shut him. Oh, no, he shut down. Who? Jerich? Really? Yeah, an 84-pin lead coming in. Yeah.
You said, what about whether he was giving the pin the finger?
Yeah. And then he gets
Some of them got hot tempers, like I said. And then they ready to take it out to the angle of the fans they grew up watching. Because I grew up watching people ever alone. Walter Webb, I grew up watching him alone. And I was not expecting him to come at you like that because I heard him fall around. Like he got on me earlier. Tell him, like, come on.
I don't know.
Oh well, shit. Fuck it. I'm like, fuck it. Shit. You ain't gonna pull my day. I just didn't expect it, man. I didn't expect it. Even though. Hey, we all hate them. Oh, yeah. We can't win every game. I can promise you that. You gonna lose. You ain't gonna win it. I don't care if you're professional. You gonna lose too. What sport it John Rash. John Rash. Bill Murray. He did him on the bottom or something. They just had to beat
So he was frustrated, so he takes me out.
Because I ain't figured it out.
yesterday, he was calling down there, and some baby, you know, you come in, some baby was calling, hey man, would you please come up here, Chicken White? There's a baby in a
He's not the baby to be quiet.
then after that, so they're gonna have fun.
They should like the reference.
So if there's people ever walk through,
Somewhere down south.
All right, those four bowlers are in the elimination finale and 3 lanes on for females practice. These four bowlers will 3 games. Those four will be eliminated. The 3 will be seeded. 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions will be finals.
When they get up in age.
All right, we're just about to get started with our elimination finale. Pete Weber, Brian Voss, Amleto Monachelli, and Mike Edwards are going to bowl for the final 3 spots in the stepladder finals to join top seed Jack Jerich and number 2 seed Walter Ray Williams Jr., who just happens to be joining us. Hi, Walter Ray. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Lucas. How you doing?
Walter Ray's been battling a cold here the last couple of days, but obviously has not impacted your bowling at all because it's gone pretty well. Yeah.
Normally having a cold doesn't bother me that much.
Well, we appreciate you coming in and sitting with us for a few minutes.
You've got about the best seat here. In the,
That's right.
Hey, this looks like a good place to watch my opponents.
That's right.
And it looks like a pretty good match anyway, so it's worth watching.
I know we started this, call it the elimination finale a couple of years ago now, and for the Queens and for Masters in this event, and it worked out pretty well. We had to get to the 5-player stepladder, we had to kind of figure a way to do it.
This year in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Balmonte almost didn't make the TV
exactly.
final, and then he did, and then wins the tournament. You know, it's amazing how one shot can make a difference.
Well, the practice is finally over. They got 15 minutes of practice. I guess a couple of the guys had been sitting for a round, so they wanted to make sure everybody was nice and loosened up, and they've got 2 extra players on the pair because it's now 4 on the pair instead of 2. So.
Well, I don't know. The 10 minutes was actually a bit much even for us. I mean, especially after we'd started the first match of the day maybe, but once we were bowling, 5 minutes is more than enough.
They're going to get the names in the scoreboards there because I think the higher seeds got to pick where on the scoreboard they would be. Yeah. So it looks like Weber is going to start things off. He's always quick to get up there on the approach and throw that first ball.
Yeah. I think he's pretty confident.
So here's Pete Weber, and they are bowling 3 games with the lowest score knocked out, basically, is how it works.
Total pins, yeah.
Yep. And Walter Ray, you've obviously bowled really well all week, and bowled a 300 this morning, an 800 series, and obviously you have found the pattern to be to your liking, I think, so far. Can you kind of describe the pattern and, kind of how the guys attacked it this week?
Well, I mean, everybody attacks it a little differently. The guys hook the ball. Like Pete, he likes to play the inside line, so and he's got a good reaction doing that. I think Jack Jerich actually played there most of the week, and Lido likes to play there. I think Voss was playing there most of the week, and then I think he moved out a little bit the last couple rounds of match play. In match play, though, it's especially bowling in the fresh oil pattern a lot makes a difference with, it's a little easier to stay out there and for the guys that go straighter to have a better reaction. During qualifying when the lanes start breaking down, you have to hook the ball a little bit, play more inside. I did that my first round, played the 4th arrow, and it wasn't too bad, but I definitely liked the outside reaction a little better.
Well, they're asking in the chat for you to speak up a little bit, Walter.
I'm sorry.
I didn't get the cold, so it's hard.
I don't want to speak up. I don't know how loud my voice is.
Yeah,
I don't want to bother the guys bowling. So.
It's hard to tell in relation to how the guys are bowling, but we're pretty far away, so as long as we don't yell like Randy Peterson at a TV show, we should be fine.
Sometimes you can hear the announcers, and that's kind of distracting, so I'm trying to be respectful for my players, my fellow players out there.
So we're underway. It's first frame is concluded, and it's so far 1 spare on the board.
See, that's the problem. Pete gets
he gets a little jittery.
Well, no, he heard somebody laughed or something, and it's distracting.
It's hard when it's quiet in the bowling center and there's not
quiet.
much else going on.
There's nothing else going on.
Yeah, it can become distracting. A lot of people say, well, you should have thicker skin and not be distracted, but you try doing that when it's gone from being loud in the bowling center all week to being so quiet.
People have no clue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
all these fans complain about that. They have no clue.
Exactly. It's a much different environment than normal, and when it's so quiet, one little noise can really kind of resonate through the whole building and can throw you off.
And you're trying to concentrate. It's not so bad when there's a lot of background noise out there all the time, and those little noises, they get absorbed. But when it's really quiet, everything is just kind of magnified.
Well, this match is going to take a while because you got 4 guys on the pair.
It just didn't take that long. I think
take
about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, a little longer than with just having the two on the pair, but
Yeah.
they tend to bowl at a much faster pace.
Well, they'll bowl quickly. They got nobody left and right of them,
Yep.
so they're not waiting to the pairs left and right like we were just doing, which they're not supposed to do, but they do. And then Pete's opponent last match, Robert Brown, he's extremely slow. So that was,
Yeah, that is true. And we've got Jack Jerich is the top seed, and then you're the number 2 seed. Walter A. Williams Jr., if you can't tell by his voice, is joining us. And then we're going to know the 3, 4, and 5 seed from this match. The top scorer is going to get the 3 seed, second highest, the number 4 seed, and third highest, the number 5. The last place is done as Amuletto trips out the split.
the 410, just a little high.
We'll have to see if Amuletto throws the ball a little bit better in this match. He didn't throw it great this morning in his match with Jack.
Sometimes the lane reaction isn't quite what you want. And, I think Mike needs to do something. He needs to move out or move in. Where he's playing just doesn't look good. Pete looks pretty comfortable. He's playing between third and fourth arrow, getting it out to about 7. Brian's playing the outside.
And it's, Pete is our defending champion in this event, and you've been the defending champion at the Masters a few times, and it's not easy to come back and try to make the show back-to-back years. It doesn't happen very often in the Masters or in the Senior Masters.
Well, the Masters format's tough. You got to bowl well, and you got to get some breaks. But you've got 4 extremely competent bowlers here.
So Brian Voss, who has been the most, he gets the award for the most animated bowler in match play. His uppercuts to the air all week long.
Yeah.
As fiery and as competitive as ever, I think Brian Voss. A lot of these guys are.
They all are.
All still want to win. I mean, you know what that's like.
Yeah, we wouldn't be bowling out here if we didn't want to win.
Exactly.
There's no doubt about that.
Pete Weber won the Senior Masters last year, and Pete's never won the Masters. And,
correct. Yeah.
He said,
he didn't win.
He said, I don't care if it's got a senior in front of it or not. It's still got the Masters name in it,
That's
that's all that matters to me. It's very important. Well, Monachelli's out to the early lead in the match with a double.
That was a little better shot. See if Mike makes a little adjustment left. That would be the move I would think he would do.
Walter Ray, have you found the fresh to be pretty scoreable, or does it just kind of depend on how they break them down in practice?
I've had a great reaction on the fresh, pretty much except the last pair I bowled on the left lane. The right lane I had a good reaction on. The left lane was extremely tight, and my first 3 shots on that lane last match really got me, and Jack had a great reaction to the ball, great, and putting 10 in the pit every shot. But yeah, got that huge lead on me, and I just never could get anything going. But I still ended up with a nice reaction on the pair. Yeah,
it's hard to come back from such a big deficit against a good bowler like Jack Jerich. He got down 75 pins in one game. It's tough.
He started having trouble on the right lane the last match.
He tried to let you back in it,
but I just couldn't strike.
Yeah.
I kept leaving stuff, and then I finally in the 9th frame or 8th frame, I thought I threw a good shot, or got it just a pinch right and left the 2, 4, 8, 10. It's like, oh well. That's it.
Yeah, that was the way it finished. You could have struck out to force him to double at some point.
I could have forced him to at least mark or something. I think that's what he needed to do, but. Well, we got a double out of Brian, so.
Yeah, everybody's doubled but Weber so far.
Yeah, but he's been around the pocket, so.
I would expect that we could have some decent scores in this match, you think?
I would say you better shoot 700.
If you're just tuning in, this is the elimination finale. The low score in a 3-game match here is eliminated from the tournament. And Edwards is getting some breaks.
That's 2 good breaks, yeah. That's, like I said, I think his line is not the optimum, but you never know.
Do us a favor and share the link on Facebook and Twitter to get some more folks watching the live streaming. Got over 2,000 people watching. It's the high for the week, and so appreciate everybody tuning in as Amuletto Monachelli now has the front 4. We've seen some fortunate carry in this match so far for some of the bowlers.
Yeah.
And pretty high scoring so far. Nobody with less than a 9 count on their first shot. And
Yeah.
a lot of strikes up on the board right now. Early
I
on.
think Edwards and Leto, I think, had to win. He tripped the 410, but Edwards missed the pocket twice, I think.
So here's Brian Voss working on a double. Voss
Very
bowled.
impressive ball,
Oof.
playing a more direct line out there, and that's kind of the line I've been playing. And there's a really nice reaction out there. It's not dead easy. It's nothing like a house shot, but it's very playable. If you keep the ball in play, you can throw a lot of strikes.
And Voss bowled a really nice set last
Yes.
round. Had a
Shot 820, I think.
825.
Yeah.
Had a couple chances for 300 game. Didn't quite get it.
Keep knocking my stuff around.
Just try to get the microphone in a prime position. And so we do have the stepladder finals coming up at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern time right here on Bull TV, and hoping for a big audience. A couple thousand viewers. It's pretty good. That's more than we had last year for
Well,
the
that's
for the
good.
finals.
Wow.
So
I mean,
we'll
it's
attribute a
amazing.
few hundred of them to you for
Yeah.
coming on and
Yeah,
talking.
that must be it. I want to hear me talk. Or whatever it is I'm doing. Ooh, didn't get the trip 2 that time.
Yeah, he's
Brian's over there like, you can't carry everything? What's the deal?
Well, let's see if Amleto can keep it going here. I think it's important to get out to a big start in this this match and get a lead.
You don't want, got that out a little bit? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not going to work there. It was a bit right.
2-4-10 for Amleto.
That's, closes up the gap unless he makes it.
Edwards with the spares.
Yeah.
Halfway through game 1.
Yeah, he's in decent shape, but I think he still needs to figure out a better line to the pocket. So far, he's been pretty suspect.
Well, right now, as Amleto shoots the spare here, it's if Amleto makes it here, we've got Amleto in the lead, Edwards in second, and Voss and Weber tied for third at this point. Amleto
just
opens.
a hair. Yeah. I'm surprised when I see guys hook the ball with their spares. Some guys are really good at that, but I think they, for the long run, they give away more than they make. And
Yeah,
a
I
little bit
can-
left to target.
Yeah, and he
that's
leaves
a
a split. I can understand hooking it at maybe on a house shot or something, but on a sports shot like
well,
this,
what I
easier
explain
is a
to
little
people
better.
is if you bowl in the same pattern every single game you ever bowl,
yeah.
why not?
Yeah, sure.
But if you're bowling different patterns and the lanes never change, and I've never heard anybody complain about the lanes never changing in the league, then why would you hook the ball? Because the hook you ball, when you hook the ball, it's going to react differently, across the lane. I like to throw the ball straight at my spares, and I don't have to worry about what the lane conditions are so much.
Yeah, it takes the lane condition out of play, and
Pretty much.
it puts it all in your hand.
Pretty much.
If you
I
throw
throw
it where you want it to go, it's going to make it
Exactly.
every time.
Yeah.
And that's probably why you made like some ridiculous number of spares in a row on the PBA Tour. 475 out of 475 or something like that. In match play, I think, right?
Yeah, it was a match play that year because actually, because I keep track of my stuff, I actually missed like 7 single pins that season in qualifying. I just didn't miss them in match play. I don't know why
gotcha.
that was. That doesn't make any sense, but
It's still a pretty high percentage.
I normally have a pretty high percentage.
Yeah.
90. I'm right around 99% on my single pins. So
I know you track all that stuff on your phone while you're bowling. You track every spot. Then you write your recaps on Facebook for everybody to read.
I used to. I
Not
need to do
anymore.
a better job. I'm so bad about it. It's like work. I don't want to do it.
All right, see if Amleto can get back on track after the Open.
We had a few bad shots there from guys.
We did. We started out so strong, and then a
That's
couple
better shot
splits.
by Amleto. Pete got lucky that he only had a 9 count, so he could have easily had a big four there.
Well, right now it's Brian Voss in 4th place,
Yeah.
but not by much. It's very
No,
close.
It's still close. With Mike having the actual lead, but he's actually the one that's about the most lost. And there's
Yeah,
there's a split. That's one of the best shots of the game, and he's got a split out of it.
He actually was a little bit closer to the pocket on that
That
shot.
actually was in the pocket, just got a really strange hit out of it.
Leaves the 410.
Well, I thought the scores would be a little higher, but maybe only 660 to get through this match. But I would think at least a couple of guys are going to shoot 700.
Yeah, it seems like usually in this match, from what I've seen, it seems like somebody pulls away and bowls a big set, and
especially with the caliber of players.
Yeah, exactly.
The reaction's pretty playable. It's not super tough, but it's not super easy. But it's
yeah, we're not bowling on the U.S. Open pattern here, but it's also not a house shot. It's it's a sport compliant pattern. It's I think about 2.5 to 1, something like that.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, and so it's probably in the moderate range, I would guess.
Well, and the surface and the way the pins fall in this house.
Yeah.
And the way the guys attack it in practice, that makes a big difference. How they, a rip 6.
Nice.
That's not something you see very often.
I've seen that a couple of times this week, actually, which is very rare. You don't see that all the time.
No.
And it's, for whatever reason, it's just the way things happen here.
Did you ever figure out what that pin was that Jack left against him?
I did not see it, unfortunately.
You didn't have it taped?
No, we were showing Brian Voss bowling.
But I told him, I said, not like I told Jack, but I told some other guys that a couple years ago I was bowling Charlie Tapp here. He left a solid head pin. It slid all the way to the 8-pin spot and stood.
That's bizarre.
It was very bizarre. And it was, he was on a roll and throwing a bunch of good shots, and it was like, wow. It just kind of takes your breath away when stuff like that happens. Well, he moved in and got it out and got a little light. He needs to, I think optimum for him, like he played against me, is square up, move right. The other chance he's got is to move left and just wheel it like Omleto and Pete. But he's good at that, but he's not quite as good at it as Omleto and Pete. So I think right now Mike's reaction's just not quite there. He needs to figure out something that's going to make him get to the pocket better, because he's actually having trouble hitting the pocket.
If you're just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters Elimination finale here, our last match leading up to the stepladder finals. We've got these 4 guys bowling a 3-game series on this pair of lanes, and the low series will be knocked out of the tournament. The top 3 make the stepladder and join Jack Jerich and our guest Walter Ray Williams Jr. Right now, after 7 frames, Amleto Monachelli in the lead, Pete Weber second, Mike Edwards in third, and Brian Voss in 4th place, but just 11 back.
I see somebody commented on me throwing the ball straight. I'm like, hey, everybody can throw the ball straight if they want to. I can teach you how to throw the ball straight in about 5 minutes. It's not that difficult. The problem is once people start hooking the ball, that's all they want to do is hook it.
It's kind of like shooting free throws in basketball. You should just got to practice it. And
it's not very difficult concept.
Yeah, it's
very
pretty simple. Yep.
Very simple.
Here's Pete looking for a double.
Yeah. Got a double. And he's kind of happy about it, sort of. Pete's been bowling so well the last couple of years. It's amazing. He's just, wow.
Just keeps it going, huh?
Well,
just
kudos to
continues to
him
bowl
for
well.
being on the wagon, and he's just bowling phenomenal. I think he might even be bowling better than he ever has.
Amleto working on a double. Pretty good right there.
That's pretty good. Not bad for an old guy.
Amleto probably the most physically fit guy in the whole PBA 50 tour, I would guess. Right up there.
Him and Ron Moore.
Yeah, Ron Moore as well.
Ron Moore is unbelievable.
Although Ron broke his or hurt his left hand or something. He said he fell off his bike.
Yeah,
he said, I wish I had a more interesting story, but I just fell off my bike.
Yeah, that's kind of sad, but
it happens.
Yeah. Looks like Mike moved a little bit right, and pace foot. There you go.
7-10 split.
That's definitely his best shot of the game, and he's got a split for it. That's just bowling such a crazy game.
Yeah, now Edwards will move into the bottom spot, assuming he doesn't make it. still early. We've got a long way to go here in this match. 3 games total pinfall to determine our 3 folks who are going to advance to the stepladder along with Jack Jerich and Walter Ray.
Well, I didn't see Voss really practicing that much, but he might have been just trying to go high, carry the ball down to the middle of the lane as opposed to the outside of the lane, which is what a lot of guys who hook the ball do. Typically, guys who hook the ball tend to see how much room they have, so they throw it as far right as they can and carry the oil down so that oil carries down so that they it makes it tougher to get to the pocket. So guys that throw it straighter tend to throw it. I like to line up, leaving 4-pin or something like that. So I want the oil to carry down left to where I want it to go.
There were a lot of guys in the chat who were saying during practice that they look lost. Some of the guys look lost. They're not hitting the pocket.
Well,
they're not trying to hit the
you don't have to strike in practice.
Exactly.
That's
right.
what I tell people all the time. Practice is not about striking. I mean, especially when they give you this much time. They really shouldn't give you this much time.
Yeah.
But
it allows for a little bit of pattern manipulation.
It does. It definitely does. So you want to make the lanes nice for when you're bowling at the competition, not for when you're practicing. And that's, I think, a lot of even top players don't quite understand that concept, because every time you throw a ball, it's going to change the lane. And that was not a good shot by Mike.
Mike misses the head pin to the right, leaves the 1-2-4. Yeah, there's guys try to make the pattern better for themselves, and sometimes you even see people try to make the pattern worse for their opponent.
Sometimes they do.
Sometimes that happens.
That's an interesting philosophy.
It is.
I don't understand it, but I guess if you don't have any confidence in yourself,
Yeah, that's exactly right. I would assume you would want to make them easier for yourself if you have confidence that you can strike. And there's another strike from Amleto Monachelli.
So I can let him move a little right on that lane, I think.
That is 4 in a row for him.
Yeah,
and
2 4-baggers.
Mike Edwards is in the trouble zone here. He's falling behind.
He needs to get his ball rep and figure out what to do.
And he opens there, leaves the 4 standing. So he's not only not in the pocket, he's missed a spare, and he's quickly falling behind here, and could be in a really big hole after just 1 game.
Yeah.
But these matches can flip a lot.
Definitely.
You can be lost, and all of a sudden you've got it, and another guy gets lost.
Well, I see Jimmy Callahan down there talking to Mike, and he's like trying to ask him what to do.
Pete Weber working on 3 in a row, gets another one.
Another good shot. Pete's looking for a 240 game. That'll get him out of the gate good, and get him a good lead over Mike. And that's really that's the main interest right now, is to stay ahead of the 4th guy. Mike's making it kind of easy on him, so. But Voss isn't locked up here either, so.
Voss looking for a triple.
Oh.
Wow. I think he liked it off his hand and almost left a 7-10. Got the 10 to go late.
He got a break out of that, but it was also could have been a strike real easily.
So Voss looking at 204 as a max. Pete Weber can get to 248.
That looks good. And flush.
His ball roll is just amazing, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely amazing. I mean,
he does things with the ball that people only dream about.
I dream about it all the time. I mean, he's got such a great release. He's got that side roll, and more importantly, he's able to execute shot after shot after shot. That's what most people don't realize, how accurate he is. He's very accurate. Same thing with Belmonte. That's what makes him so good. They got the power to go with the accuracy.
I think the magic for Pete is in the glove. It's got to be the glove, right? It's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
248 for Pete.
It works for him, so.
And I can tell you, it's not the glove. I've tried one. It doesn't make me throw the ball like Pete Weber, unfortunately.
No, it's that way he learned to bowl. And
so Brian Voss going to be at 201.
2-0. So Mike's not that far behind. He could double in the 10th here, but he needs to figure something out. He's just really been just not there.
Big frame here for Edwards as he tries to get dialed in as a phone goes off in the crowd. Remember, folks, if you're watching bowling, turn your phone off if you're in the crowd.
Yeah, if you're in golf course, they take it away from you. That's a good shot.
Looks good. Let's see if he can repeat it.
Yeah, well, that's close. But he still wants to get a better reaction than that. I mean, he bowled a great match against me. Could have had a lot more score than he did. And And Amado's trying to trip the 2.
Oh, it got about
Yeah, they got a tap on that one.
49.9% of the way over, and then it tipped back the other way.
That's a tap on the tour. I'll tell you, some of these guys, I think they expect to carry that.
So Edwards looking for a double here that could get him to within single digits of Brian Voss for the last place spot. Or this third place spot, I should say. Trying to stay out of the basement.
That's a good shot.
That's the goal in this match, stay out of the basement.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's, you know, you get to this match, your odds are really good.
Kind of fighting for it right now,
yeah.
Voss and Edwards, but with Amato and Pete having 240 games, they're in good position, but they're not locked by any set.
And I would imagine the bowlers actually could probably like this match at this point because you've got a 75% chance to make the show, so it's good odds.
It is good odds, however, you also know that you're bowling against some great players.
Exactly.
They're all great players.
So Edwards' strike here would be at 192, and he would be 9 pins behind Voss.
There it is, high flush. That's more like it.
And here comes our final shot of game 1. Again, 3 games total pinfall. And Amleto shoots 241. So recap for you here is you see Walter Ray here next to me. You've got Pete Weber at 248, Amleto Monachelli 241, Brian Voss 201, and Mike Edwards at 192 as we wrap up game 1 here at the Senior Masters in our elimination finale. Thanks to Walter Ray Williams Jr., Hall of Famer, and the man with more titles than I think I can count to in Spanish.
Way more than I can count to Spanish, that's for sure.
I get to about 40 in Spanish and then I'm done.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, so and I know you've got more than 40 titles. So we start off game 2. Brian Voss with a big split.
Not looking happy there. That's a little more hook than he wants. It's an awfully aggressive ball. It looks like he's using. We're gonna play that outside line. I would think something a little straighter or something, or maybe take off some of that side roll so it's not hooking quite so hard, or move in and hook the whole lane like Pete and Amleto, because he's very good at doing that also.
I think one thing worth noting, Walter Ray, is that the transition is going to be different in this match than it has been in the other matches so far, because you've got 4 guys. It's going to happen a little quicker, I would think, right?
But, I mean, transition's just I think that's a term people like to throw out there. Lanes are always changing.
Yeah.
They always do. So there's no one period that is called a, quote, transition. It's just they're always changing.
But it will be changing a little quicker now than it had been
so.
in other matches with only 2 guys on the pair. So we'll have to see how guys manage this, because at the end of this match, the lanes are going to be way different than they were at the start, for sure.
I would think a little bit, yeah.
And also different than they were in other matches.
I mean, I don't find the lanes change that much playing the outside line that I'm playing, because even though I'm using a dull ball at times, and it's just amazing how little they do change. I think they change more in the middle of the lane. I might have just yanked that one bad. That was not a good shot. But he's also a very good spare shooter. Let's see if Brian figures out what he needs to do, because he's now in the bottom.
Yeah, Brian Voss has dropped into the bottom spot by a couple of pins after that open in the first.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Go to something a little less aggressive, a little straighter. Because there's a good reaction out there, but hopefully he didn't burn out a spot that if he yanks it's going to just hook off the lane.
Let's see if Amleto can cover up the baby split here.
Oh, got that wide. Oh, and he hooked it back.
Yeah, hooked it right in there.
Yeah, I thought he missed it, but he's trying to hook it into it. And Weber was shooting at the 3, what did he leave yesterday? 3-4-7. And went between the, or 3-4-10. And went between the 3-10 yesterday. But he is so good at making the 3-4 combination splits. It's ridiculous. I bet he's like 50% on those, which is just incredible. I don't know how he picks it up that much, but he uses a spare ball and throws a little bit of hook release at it, and just so accurate.
Managed to perfect it, I guess.
He's
pretty close to it.
Which is amazing, because we bowl in all these different lane conditions. They don't all react the same. So that's just very impressive that he's able to do it that often. But it was just kind of odd to see him go between the 310 because he does, even though he can't throw his spare shot very, very straight.
Not
And
sure
most of the
what's
time he does.
going on here. They're looking towards the. Mike Edwards is looking towards the desk.
I know both Leto and Mike are.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't hear because I got these headphones on. So.
I don't know if they're. Somebody's making some noise somewhere. They're doing some work. I see somebody doing some work down there by the door into the bowling center on the left side, and I'm wondering if he's making some noise down there.
Wow.
It's like there's a maintenance worker down there or something, and I think he was making some kind of hammering noise. Hard for us to hear with headsets on.
Yeah,
easy for them to hear.
Yep. Yeah. I can hear what the microphone picks up, and that's about it.
Yeah. You know that you had a guy who yelled in your first shot of the earlier
It
match.
was
Just
strange.
got a little excited, I think.
The sad part is he was doing that earlier in the week with
Yeah.
Parker, and he did it right when he let go of the ball. I'm like, just wait.
Yeah. Wait another 10 seconds.
Half a
Even
second.
2 seconds.
And wait till the ball's on the lane. It was very strange.
Now here's Mike Edwards looking for a double here. He's crawled out of the basements right now.
Ooh, that was a really good shot. So he's hitting the pocket now the last 3 frames. So hit the pocket on the right lane. And
Yeah, he
in the
struck
10th
3
frame,
times in a row in the 10th frame on the right lane
Yeah.
and had the first one in the 10th on the right lane, and then now he's back on the left lane. So
I'm guessing that ball might hook a little more or something to give him the reaction that he wants, but
all right, so a couple of frames in.
I'm not totally familiar with the my competitors' bowling balls, but
There's so many
I
bowling
know-
balls these days.
and-
It's hard to
and
keep
they,
up with.
They all hook so much.
Well, Pete Weber in the lead right now. Amleto Monachelli in second. We've got Mike Edwards in third and Brian Voss in fourth.
Another good shot. Little light. Oh, look at that! Just crushing him over.
And there goes a bowling pin on the bleachers. Fortunately, it didn't happen during somebody's backswing.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, Walter A., of the 4 right now, who would you say has the best look?
Well, I'd say Pete.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely there. I think Voss has possibly got a good reaction, but at the end of the last game, he was a little bit lost. But I don't know. Is Pete the best player? Deep player? He's definitely one of the best. I mean, he's he's able to play the inside line so well, but that's also the case of all the young players nowadays. They all play the inside line so well, but part of it is they all hook the ball so much, and it allows their ball to get to that break point, because they do hook the ball so much. And for me, I can play an inside line, but I need to slow down and get the ball to react right. And it's just a little more challenging for me. And it's not that I don't mind playing inside. I love playing inside. That's what I grew up doing.
Yeah.
All these young kids today, they don't realize that that's what I did when I first came out on tour.
Well, I think a lot of the times people see you on TV, and a lot of the times on TV you're throwing it
Oh,
pretty
on-
straight, and
on
during the
TV
week
it's-
you may have hooked it the whole
On
week to get
TV,
there.
it's different.
Exactly.
It's fresh oil.
That's exactly
I
right.
don't need to play the 5th arrow.
That's exactly
There's no
right.
reason to. But if the lanes break down, I can play 5th and 6th arrow and 7th arrow. I'm not gonna kid myself and say I'm gonna, go out and try to bowl Pete heads up on that, because
Right.
I think he's gonna have his way with me most of the time.
Well, listen, you don't win more than 40 titles being one-dimensional player. That's
No,
for
I've,
sure.
I've always been able to play inside.
Pete right now is looking pretty strong.
He's looking very good.
Front 4,
Not a big
248.
surprise. He's been bowling so well the last couple of years, and he just kind of taking it easy this week. saving his strikes for when he needs them, I think.
Well, right now Edwards has dropped back into the last spot after that 3rd frame. Brian Voss trying to put a little distance here.
Well, Brian's definitely going a little straighter there. Eddie needs to figure something out here. He's really close, and that last shot came up and bit him.
Yeah, just can't seem to get any momentum going in his favor here. 4th frame for Edwards.
Get up. Well, another ring of 10. Good shot. Just I'm one of the few people that thinks a ring and 10's a good shot. People say, what do you do when you leave a ring and 10? I said, well, if I was good enough to leave a ring and 10 every single time, then I would move. But I've never been able to leave a ring and 10 every single shot. I don't know that anybody is that good. But I know the tour players, they have a different attitude about it. They have a ring and 10, they want to make an adjustment and get that ball to finish through the pins. Uh-oh, you yanked that one.
And that's definitely not a ring 10.
He's just not, I mean, he's just not quite making the quality shots he needs to.
It's the same thing he did this morning, too. He was kind of, he'd go through stretches where he'd throw it really well, and then he would just miss left all of a sudden, and for like 3 frames in a row. Yeah.
And he's just, I think he's got a better reaction than he had against Jack, but he needs to throw better shots than that. Fortunately for him, the other 2 guys aren't doing that great, but somebody asked about my bowling two-handed.
I've seen that before.
I can bowl two-handed, but I'm not really that good at it, and I don't really practice it. I mean, Jason and Osku, they've been doing it since they were 2-3 years old. They're very, very good at it. It does allow me to hook the ball and play a power game, but I just don't have the accuracy, and you need to have the accuracy to go along with the power. It just doesn't. We're not bowling on house shots out here on the tour. Even the senior tour, as easy as the lane conditions are, they're not house shots, and you just can't. I got a much better chance hitting the pocket with my, or even trying to strike with my thumb in the ball.
2-8-10 for Brian Voss.
Got that a little wide, and it didn't come back, and.
Well, oops. Pete Weber had somebody cough in his backswing, and he stops. Get it all out now.
Yeah.
Cough your way through it. Imagine it's not as big a deal when you're shooting a 2-8-10 split like Brian Voss, but when you're got the front 4 and you're trying to pull away from the field here.
He wants to lock up that 3rd position. He doesn't want to have to bowl any more games than he needs to. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, the winner of this this match, 3-game total pins, will be the number 3 seed. 2nd place will be number 4. 3rd place will be number 5. And a ring 10 there. So we should move, right?
That's what the guys on tour would do. See this guy.
We get some odds maker.
Odds.
Yeah.
He obviously doesn't work for a casino because they would lose money.
Yeah, that's right. Pete Weber trying to clean up the spare here, and he does. So right now, Weber's still in the lead. Monachelli in 2nd place. You've got Brian Voss and Mike Edwards within basically a few pins of each other for 3rd place right now.
See if Metal makes a little better shot. He's playing way left around. He yanked that one. It's like he's trying to play with a little bit more left on the left lane, but that was just not a good shot.
Leaves the 6-9-10.
Yeah, he was just not executing like he's capable of. But fortunately for him, Voss and Edwards are struggling a little bit.
Well, let's see if Edwards can get back on track here. It's been a struggle so far in this match for him. It continues.
Just not comfortable.
Nice spare for Amleto. I can't tell you how many times I see people chop that spare.
It's easy to chop it either way.
Yeah.
You go straight at it, and it's like it's not a normal leave for one thing. So it's not something you think about shooting, but you don't really want to shoot it like your normal 6-10 because it'd be easy to miss the 9-pin. So.
Yeah, it's a much harder spare than it looks like.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely, it's not a difficult spare, but it's not super easy.
Well, nobody is working on a strike right now. As things kind of real slow.
He was the only one who hit the pocket that frame.
Yeah. And now it's almost a 7-10. Gets the 7 out.
A little bit of a break. Could have been a strike, but he's kind of happy. He's probably more upset than happy, but I know Pete. He's pretty competitive.
Yeah, I'm sure that Pete's thinking right now if he would have thrown a couple of strikes there, more distance between him and the field, and
Yep.
you know.
Oh,
Wow.
got the ball to hook a lot on that one. That's not what he wants.
We've seen some pretty good scores in match play so far, as we normally do, I think, at the Masters and the Senior Masters. The scores tend to go up in match
a little
play.
bit. Well,
But
it's easier when
this
you're
is a
doing
little,
that.
little surprising that the scoring pace is so low. I thought we would have been a little bit higher.
I'm a little surprised. I thought they'd be doing much better pace. I thought that 3 guys be shooting 700, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Looks like maybe one guy might shoot 700.
Do you think that they're just not executing, or if they just kind of made the pair a little ugly? Or it's hard to tell at this point, I think.
I think Mike's really not lined up very well. I think Brian's even not lined up very well. And Amleto's just not executing. So, it's hard. You got to do 2 things in bowling to score well. You got to execute, and you got to play the lanes properly. And so we got a couple of guys just not doing both of them, and that's a big part of it. It looks like he went with something a little more direct. A little too much direct, but I think if he did that and just moved everything like 2-3 right, I think he'd be okay. But that's not normally his comfort zone, even though that's what he did against me. But he also knows that when I'm bowling, that I'm going to create that little bit of shot out there that he can play off of it.
Oh wow,
that was a good shot, but
4.79.
Wow, that's wow. That's bowling.
That's tough.
That is. I mean, he made an adjustment left and threw a good shot, but not enough of an adjustment.
And Leto has a tiny bit of a cushion on Voss and Edwards because he beat them by 40-plus pins the first game.
Yeah, and they're both struggling this game.
Yeah, so
he's got him by 20. He's got him by 10 pins if he misses this. So.
Now the man who's got to be the happiest out there right now is Pete Weber.
Oh, definitely.
He's in the pocket every frame, pretty much.
Pete's definitely a comfort zone.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows he's bowling well, and
look at this.
That. Wow.
Hooked it at it and just sliced it a little too thin, and
that's amazing. He might have got the 6 pin on that. That's amazing.
Yeah, very close. Yeah, you're right.
And you're thinking, how can you do that with the ball hooking that much to get the 4 to slide that much to the right? It's amazing.
So even though Amleto has struggled this game, he's actually increased his lead on Voss and Edwards to a little more than 50 pins.
Well, that's a better shot by Brian. Looks like he moved a little bit left. He got that one ball out and left the 2-8-10. I think that kind of faked him out. So he went back to the other ball and hooked it, and that just got him in more trouble. So
Pete Weber, 7th frame, as we determine our final 3 spots in the stepladder finals.
He's pinching it a little left. I don't know if he needs to quite do that yet, but that's not going to hurt him. I think he needs to maybe keep his speed nice and soft.
Top seed for the finals this afternoon. Jack Jerich, Walter A. Williams Jr., who is the raspy voice next to me, is the number 2 seed, and gets underway at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern today. So be sure to tune back in for that this afternoon. And if you can't make it to watch, it'll be available on demand anytime you want to watch it on our Bowl TV YouTube channel.
Ooh, another good shot. I haven't bowled league since 1982. Got people asking about that.
Somebody asking that.
I've bowled league since '82. And
you bowl enough games in all the tournaments that you bowl in, and I'm sure you practice occasionally, right?
I do practice a little bit. I don't practice an excessive amount, but I do practice. I prefer to practice on a non-house shot. If I do bowl in a house shot, I'll usually play 5th arrow or something like that, because I don't want to practice so that if I make a mistake, the ball goes to the pocket, which is basically what a house shot will do. So I want to know that when I make a bad shot, I've made a bad shot. And I want to be able to correct that. I don't want to be rewarded for a bad shot. So, and that house I practice at, even though they try to make the lanes a little easy, they're not super easy. I don't know. I might be able to average 220 there, and Brian Brazeau has probably got the best average there. He went to pro shop there, and he averages about 220. And it's just I just have trouble striking in that house shot that they have there. I actually do better when they put out my shot, which is a 1-to-1 shot.
A little tougher, huh?
Yeah.
Brian Voss looking for a double.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good shot.
Pretty good shot right there.
Right there, getting the pins to fly around. Let's see if Pete can get back flush in the pocket. And that rack looks a little tight. I'm surprised he's not re-racking that.
Pete also looking for a double here. 8th frame of game 2
Nice.
in our elimination finale.
Moving more left. Zach doesn't matter. He's got a
Yes.
ball like that.
He's got the ball reaction to win this match, that's for sure. More so than anybody else. And right now he's ahead by about 40 pins on Amleto. And about 70 or 80 on Voss and Edwards. So Weber the man to beat right now. And here's Amleto. He hasn't struck in 4 frames. And there he
Moved
goes.
his feet left and
Yep.
went light in the pocket. That's his strength.
You know, my experience in covering these matches with the 4 players is that even though sometimes they may struggle in the first couple of games, it always seems like they figure it out at the end, and we end up with big, huge strings of strikes and people going for it at the end. So
Yeah.
I think they're going to figure it out as we move along here.
I
think we're starting to see it now.
Good break there. Yeah, they're definitely a lot lower than I thought they'd be. There's no doubt about that.
But it looks like we may have turned the corner here. They're starting to maybe get a little bit of a feel, at least the last couple of frames.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that finishes
Yeah,
out this
both
game.
Mike and Brian have got doubles up there. And looks like he's back in the pocket.
All right, now Voss is ahead of Edwards by just 6 pins in the battle to stay out of the bottom. Pete ate the wobble. We got that one
That was
a little right there.
It's his first missed pocket in quite a while.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to anticipate the lanes breaking down, and I don't know that they quite are doing as much as he thinks they are. But light's usually better than high.
Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage on Bowl TV of the USBC Senior Masters. I'm Lucas Wiseman, along with Walter Ray Williams Jr.
Ooh,
Pete,
Brian got a
sorry,
good break there.
Yeah, Brian Voss tripping out the 4 for the triple. He's very focused. He has been all week.
Oh yeah, they all are.
Yeah, it's the way Brian Voss is. Always looking at his toes and goes right to the seat after he gives the little theatrics,
Yeah.
which I love, by the way. I love that stuff. So
Most
I
people
think
do.
it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's good for live streaming.
Pete's usually animated.
Yep.
He's been pretty calm right now. Just a couple of distractions he's had.
Yeah. And it's hard to be too animated when you're pretty far ahead of the rest of the guys. You don't really need to
Yeah.
get too emotional, I guess, and too excited. And so this is the one thing that goes on here. People don't see the bowling center. There's an arcade that's
Yeah.
down by the snack bar.
Yeah.
And so
The kids get
arcades
excited.
draw kids, and
And
they get
kids
excited over the games
Yes,
and stuff.
they do.
Yeah. And when it's so quiet in here, it can that just kind of echoes throughout the whole bowling center.
Wow. Boy, he moved way in. Moved in and yanked it. That's just not good enough.
And the other thing is, we may have 64 lanes here, but it's side by side here, so it's not as big. It's not like
Not
we're in a
lengthwise.
64 lane lengthwise where we can get away from an arcade or something. It's no matter where you're at in this bowling center,
Yeah.
you can hear anything that goes on.
Yeah, they're bowling on 15 and 16, so.
Yep, right in the middle. All right, Edwards looking for 3 in a row.
Cook. Just
Flat
a pinch.
10,
He just a pinch off, which is sometimes a mile. Our odds have been updated.
I would say that the odds of Pete Weber advancing at 95% are looking pretty.
That's probably
solid
pretty
right
close.
now.
I
Yeah,
think he's a
pretty
little low
close.
on Leto.
Yeah. Because Amuletto's still leading by
He's
about
still-
40 pins
he's
on.
got a pretty good jump on those guys, but Brian's starting to throw some strikes.
Yep. I think the Edwards is still in the danger zone. He's the one that has,
I haven't liked where he's been playing
Yeah.
the whole time, but he's actually not too much different than where Brian's playing, but Brian's a little more comfortable with the outside line, but he's had a couple of odd shots from out there, so.
someone in the chat asking Walter Ray what ball you threw most this week.
I used a new ball, one that came out with a Forterra, and it's what I would call a reactive ball. I mean, it goes down and then it snaps hard. I actually had one I used, and as the week went on, I said, well, you know what? I got 2 of those balls, so I actually pulled out the second one when the oil was starting to get into the other original ball. And Brian got a good break, and he tries to punch the forward, it misses. Good thing.
It's funny. He cracks me up. What color is that? Is that ball?
It's a red.
That's
it's a
what I
red
thought.
ball. Yeah.
I saw a Brunswick ball go on down the lane, and it was red, and it was snapping hard in the back, and I was like, look at that.
That's what it is. That's the Forterra. A lot of reactive ball on that. I was using it, and they had a little sweeper this week, before the tournament started, and I started out using a very aggressive ball, the Mastermind, and then the second game, I'm like, you know what? I used this ball in practice one shot, and it just took off the lane. I said, let me finish with that. And then I went to that and shot 270. And then the last game, I had a little trouble, shot 200. Oh, we got that one out.
That one never had a chance.
Fortunately for him, it's his second ball in the 10th, so it's only going to hurt a little bit, but it's still not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, and the count's bad on the string.
That ball just really gave me a nice reaction. I used it pretty much every game except for the last round, my last match with Jack. I ended up using the new blue ringer on the one lane because that ball actually reads, it's got a lot more surface, was reading the surface of the lane. But that Forterra, I think I'm going to really like that ball.
Well, Pete Weber, 237, sitting at 485. For the first 2 games. Brian Voss 205 that game at 406. Mike Edwards can strike out for 202, which would put him at 394.
Yeah, we got a lot of guys that are on the 50 tour now that bowled on the tour back in the old days. But there's still plenty of guys who didn't bowl on the tour that are quality players. You got like Ron Moore, Jim Parks, and several other guys that are, a bunch of guys that had regular jobs and are good bowlers and just didn't have the opportunity or the whatever to go out on tour. And there's a bunch of guys obviously bowled this tournament that guys I've never even seen before that bowled really well.
Yeah, it's hard to make a living.
I bowled Mr. Woods last night. He throws the ball very well. He had a good finish. He had a kind of a tough match to get beat by Brian, but a bunch of those guys just throw the ball very well.
It's hard to make a living bowling as a professional bowler in your, what I would call your prime earning years. You can, there's only a number of guys who can really make a good living doing it, and so a lot of guys choose to have regular jobs and then come out and try themselves out on the PBA 50 tour.
I had a guy who told me, thanks to you, I went home and got a real job and I retired. So
exactly.
I'm like, well, I'm glad I helped. But, first he told me it was like in the 70s and 80s, and I said, I didn't bowl in the late 70s. And he said, well, actually I retired in 87. I was like, oh, okay. Well,
there you go. Well, a good finish for Edwards. He once again strikes out in the 10th.
That's
to keep it close.
Yeah, needs a little more than that, but yeah.
202, 394. And he is 12 pins behind Voss.
Voss has got the nice, a little bit of a lead on him, but Leto's got a little bit of lead on that.
Yeah, so. And Leto's going to be in the 440s here.
Leto's going to have about a 49 pin lead.
So 202 for Amleto puts him at 443. So it's Amleto would be 49 pins ahead of Edwards.
Well, somebody asked about me just bowling the PBA 50 tour. Well, believe it or not, I actually still bowl with the regular tour. Believe it or not.
Yep,
just
I believe
unfortunately, those kids are good, and I'm just having trouble keeping up with them.
Well, you always told me that when you feel like you can't be competitive anymore, you're going to stop. And so you must feel like you're still competitive because you're still bowling. So.
I feel like I can be.
Yeah.
The way the conditions are and the way the lanes break down, they just make it very difficult. But if we bowl in a pattern like this, and actually at the Masters this year, I bowled very well. I qualified third and bowled very well in match play. I had a couple bad games, but I bowled very well and was very happy with that. If they put out a little shot outside, I can play with these kids. But most of the shots, unfortunately, start at third arrow and go left from there, and it just puts me at a real disadvantage.
Don't you know it's more fun to hook the ball?
Oh, it's always more. I love to hook the ball. I'm just not as good at it.
Yeah.
Trust me. I actually learned to throw the ball straighter when I went on tour. And
Yeah, I
some
think a lot of
people-
guys used to
A
have
lot
to
of
do that.
people just don't understand that. But there was back when I was coming on tour, there was a couple of tournaments I couldn't keep a white dot on the right side of the head pin. They hurt so much, and I didn't know how to do that. I didn't. I remember watching guys that threw it straight. I'm like, how do they strike? They throw the ball that straight. And now I know everybody looks at me like, how do you strike throwing the ball that straight? And it's like, well, you really don't have to hook the ball a lot to strike. It's more about getting the ball to the pocket. And I always thought that was the best thing, was get the ball to the pocket. So, but the angle and the speed, the guys, yeah, almost got it.
Amuleto, the only player to not strike in the first frame.
And somebody asked about Mike Albee. No, Mike hasn't bowled a PBA 50 tournament. I don't think he plans to. As a few other top players, Dave Husted hasn't bowled. And next week, or not next week, but the week after, we're going to be bowling in Southern Oregon, and I think Dave is going to come down and play in a golf outing, but I don't think he's planning to bowl. So
Nice.
that's different priorities.
Yeah, sure. It's amazing how when you go through stages in your life, your priorities change and your interests change, and that's just the way things
Well, I
happen.
mean,
It's the way life works.
He inherited the two bowling centers. I think his
Yeah.
dad had. His son Corey, who tries bowling on tour a little bit, and there's a reason for there's a guaranteed income in that.
Yeah.
But it's not that Dave couldn't make money out here, because he could. The problem is, he's had enough of the competition, I guess, and everybody's different. I love the competition. That's one of the reasons why I still do it. I know Pete loves to compete, and that's why he does it. So,
Well,
there's
Pete
some
Weber
good-
is looking real good
Yes,
to
he is.
get that number
Yeah.
3 seed. He's
Yeah,
42 pins ahead of Amuleto, and his ball reaction looks like it's about 80 pins better than Amuleto
Well, I
right
think
now.
it's more than just his ball reaction. It's the way he's throwing the ball.
Yeah.
I think he's executing much better than Amuleto. Amueleto's ball reaction is probably close. He's just not executing.
Yeah, Amuleto needs to make better shots. And right now, Amuleto still is 49 pins ahead of Mike Edwards, who's in the last spot right now. So he's got a little bit of a cushion here in this last game, but that can go away pretty quick.
Yeah.
Got to be careful. Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Didn't quite hook.
He moved in and got it right. And he's been tugging so many shots, so that's not a surprise to see something like that.
Yeah, he did that this morning too. He's tugging along.
tugging them, and they're going to go to the nose, and then so he's like, well, I got to move in and throw it to the right, and he does, and it doesn't hook back. I know how that works.
Edwards can pull to within 2 pins of Voss if he strikes right here. Looking for a double.
Not bad. Ooh.
Shredded the rack.
Yeah, a nice slice hit. Like sometimes that carries pretty good.
So it's a 2-pin difference between Voss and Edwards.
Boss loses, I'm selling all my equipment and going to jump. Oh, you gotta love that. That's pretty funny. Wow. I guess we have a serious Voss fan.
Yeah. Because right now I think it's 50-50 whether it's Voss or
I was gonna
Edwards at this
say, yeah,
point.
if Mike can figure out how to hit the pocket, maybe that's what he's done the last few shots.
I would guess that if Voss strikes here, we might see him try to punch the floor again.
Has a better shot. Ooh,
Oh.
A little light. That's no fun.
7-pin. He's staring it down.
Yes, he is. He's not happy. Trust me. I know I wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's tough. Wasn't that bad of a shot.
No, it's pretty close.
PDW.
It is.
That's pretty close.
Yes, it is. Very close.
It looks like he's just kind of
Just
put it
gotta
in
walk
cruise
in the
control,
park.
and
Yep.
he's just,
He's very
coasting right in.
comfortable.
Yep.
So, yeah, what's wrong with these other guys? How come they're not striking much? I got a whole lane.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a whole lane. He's just throwing the ball well. Are the PBA 50 patterns somewhat easier than the regular tour? Yes.
Yeah.
And it's really funny because some of the seniors complain about how tough they are. Last year I averaged 230. Guys are complaining lanes are too tough. I'm like, really?
Is this pattern this week a little bit tougher than the PBA 50 patterns, or on par, or hard to say?
It's different.
Yeah.
For me, it was easy. I had a great reaction. I averaged well over 230, so it's
Not too tough for you, but
not. I mean, I like this reaction.
Yeah.
It's like, this is something I could. Like I said, I think I could bowl with the kids on this pattern. They might still beat me, but I think I'd have a chance against them.
yeah, like you
But
did at the Masters.
Yeah.
It's a little tough. I think this is a little easier than the Masters was
Oh yeah. There
this
you
year.
go.
But
That is
And
a
what
great
a-
shot that was. Solid
eight.
eight.
Seen a number of those this week.
Yeah.
Solid 8 pin. Saw you leave. a
Yeah,
couple.
me and Jack left a couple in our match, and a couple nines.
All right, so Edwards makes the spare. He's still down 2 to Voss. And Amleto still about 40 pins ahead of those two guys. A little less than 40.
Well, I like using the masterminds. Comes out of the box with a lot of surface, and they typically put lots of oil on the lanes, and I really could use sometimes a little less oil than what they put on there. So I tend to like the balls with a little more aggressiveness.
Brian Voss, 4th frame.
A little light, but carried that one. Little
Gets the
theatrics.
7 to
There you
go. Always.
Yeah, why not? Sports entertainment.
That's right.
Boy.
Whoa, look at
Just
that.
loop the whole lane.
So you think Pete Weber might have a little bit of area out there? Looks like he just
Yeah,
pitches it
he's-
right and it's going to hit the pocket.
He's got a little reaction. But better than that, it went light and carried.
Yep.
If I did that, I'd be week 10.
Well, no matter who it advances here, it's going to be a heck of a stepladder with the bowlers that we have in contention here. Jack Jerich, number 1. You're number 2.
Somebody asked about Jason Couch bowling PBA 50s. He's not old enough.
Yeah, he's not quite there yet.
He's
Huh?
only in his 40s. I think he's about 45 or something like that. So he's got a few more years. And his knee's not good, so when he does get to 50, it's hard to say. He might have to lose a few pounds, which might be tough for him to do. He likes to consume some beverages.
Every year it seems like we have another couple of guys who come out on the PBA 50 tour who pretty solid.
some
It gets more and more competitive out here.
Seriously quality players coming out here. And the thing is a lot of these guys, they've been competitive on the regular tour also.
Correct.
So I think that gives them a bigger advantage than the guys who, retired when they were 40 or whatever the case is, and then decided to come out and bowl when they're 50. You just, when you're competitive against the younger players, even though you may not be as competitive, you're still in the competition.
Well, Pete with the front 5, and
Yeah.
at this rate, he may just bowl a 300 game here. You never know.
Yeah. You might.
His ball reaction looks that good right now. Still very close. Voss has a chance to push that lead back to 12 here if he strikes. It's the 5th frame, our final game. Nice
There's
shot.
a good flush shot. How would I address the decline of participation and publicity of our sport? That's a good question. I think unfortunately the bowling proprietors across the country, it's too much. They make too much money off of casual bowlers and not the sport of bowling. And too many people work in the bowling center that are not bowlers. And not that that's a horrible thing. It's just that back in the old days, everybody worked in a bowling center, loved bowling, and nowadays it's a job, which isn't, like I said, it's not a bad thing, but the passion isn't quite there. So, and it just, there's so many variables into that, and there's so much competition, and I think unfortunately bowling centers see each other as competition when the reality is the competition is golf, movies, gambling, and all that other stuff, all the other recreation time. That's the true competition for bowling, not the other bowling
Xbox,
center.
video games,
exactly.
all the internet,
computers, everything like that.
Things are much different now than they were
and I think,
30 years ago.
I think if the bowling centers would work together, promoting bowling, sporting events, sports bowling, I think that would help a lot. But I'm not in the bowling business, so I probably don't know what I'm talking about as far as owning a bowling center.
Pete Weber.
Oh,
look at that.
really?
I told you, he's going to bowl 300. He's got this much area, it seems
Well,
like.
he swung the last one a lot on that
Yeah.
lane. That one he didn't swing quite as far, so yeah, it's going to trip to 4-7-10.
So Weber with the front six. Somebody asking in the chat how many people are here watching in the crowd. It's all right.
I
It's
don't
not
know.
a bad crowd.
60, 80 people.
Yeah.
Well, maybe 100.
Yeah, we got a lot of people on the.
Yeah, they're
on the other
spread
side
out
of
pretty
us.
good, so
Yeah. It's not bad.
Ooh, Brian's looking
shot.
pretty locked up there. Mike would better throw some good shots.
Yeah, Edwards is in big trouble now.
Yeah.
He's now down 22. Yeah, it's looking better for Amleto.
Amleto's got a double there, so he's not lost.
Let's see what.
But I think he did start hitting the pocket.
See what Edwards does here. Edwards, at this point, he's going to need to start trying some strikes.
Ooh,
Wow.
got it right. Yeah, it's not going to make it.
Lucky to just leave the 2 on that. Could have been a bucket. Could have been worse.
Hey, they said you jinxed a 300 game.
Yeah, already. I said Pete could do it. I got jinxed Brian Voss on back-to-back ones over there almost.
Oops.
You're apparently, Walter Ray, are immune from the jinx because you bowled the 300.
Well,
we had that
you
on
must
the
have
live
jinxed the first one.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm not superstitious, so.
Yeah.
It's
People
amazing
always
how many-
like to-
It's amazing how many people in sports are superstitious. So.
People like to give the commentator the blame. And I'm
Well,
not throwing the ball.
It's always your fault. That's
Yeah,
right.
that's right.
Yeah.
But I think it's funny. So it happens so frequently too. But it's it's hard to bowl 300 games on sport patterns. It doesn't happen every day.
No, not every. No.
We've had I think four 300s this week, something like that.
Is that all?
4 or 5. Yeah, you had one. Jim Starks had one. Robert Worrell had one.
Yeah.
There was another guy, I can't remember his name, had one down here on the live stream. I think it's 4 or 5, something like that. A couple 800s as well, but I've come to expect that when we get to match play in these tournaments. You're going to have an 800 somewhere along the line for somebody. Look at this. Big trouble for Brian Voss.
He pinched it, and it hooked. It's not what you want to see. He was hoping that would hold and go flush, but that did not happen.
Question in our chat, who are the commentators? I'm Lucas Wiseman of USBC, and we've got Hall of Famer Walter Ray Williams Jr. who's joining us. And Pete Weber has the front 7. Crowd's getting a little more lively now as Weber continues to
I really
strike.
enjoy bowling and match play. Guys that are nice to me don't strike a whole lot.
See if Brian can make it. He gets 3 of the 4.
Well, that puts Mike back in it.
Yes, it does. And actually,
And
that's
if Mike can strike out, he's going to make it.
yeah, Mike
But,
7 pins down now.
But again, he just left a 2 pin, so he's
right.
still iffy on hitting the pocket. But quiet except for the people talking over there.
Yeah, had some open bowlers come in looking for some lanes, I think.
Yeah, that was a good shot. It was a light, but well, I don't actually own PDW, but back in the old days when we bowled on TV shows, I had a very impressive record against him. But
you had his
the
number for a
reality is we didn't bowl that much. I mean, we bowled
Which is surprising.
I think we bowled for a title 6 times. Unfortunately, I won all 6 times. So you could say I owned him, but the reality is we didn't bowl 100 times. Back in we used to bowl round robin match play. We bowled each other a couple 100 times, and I bet we each won 50% of the time. So.
All right, critical shot coming here for Brian Voss to
Yeah.
try to get back on track after the big split last frame. He finds himself in a dogfight here with Mike Edwards for the last spot.
Good shot, good light, mixed him up. So the key for him is that right lane, and also for Edwards. But Edwards finishes on the right lane, so that might be
That's right.
might be the to tell there.
Weber trying to keep it
Boy,
going
he's
here.
moving inside.
Oh, come on. How does that not carry?
A little bit too left.
Seems like he was carrying everything.
Yeah.
Not that time, though.
Not that one.
Doesn't matter. He's going to be the number 3 seed on the show.
Number 3, yeah.
Pete's bowled lost count of how many 300s he probably has bowled in his life. So Pete is going to earn the number 3 seed in the
how many
step
300
ladder.
games have I bowled? Well, I don't bowl league, so
Yeah.
I mean, I had 4 before I went on tour, and I bowled 93 in the PBA, and so I think I'm up to about 6 or 8 in USBC competition. Of course, theoretically, they also count the ones in PBA now, but I never apply for it, so I don't know how many I have during the USBC.
Probably
One of
over
those
100. Probably over 100, it sounds like.
I don't
Add those
know,
together.
because not all the
Yeah.
PBA 300s
Yeah,
counted.
count,
I mean, back in the old days, they weren't automatically sanctioned by the USBC. Theoretically, the last few years they have been, but I've never really kept track of that. So, and then they always had issues with my name. So
That's funny. All right, big shot here for Edwards. He can take the lead on Voss.
Somebody wants me to cough in Edwards' backswing. Wow, that's sweet. Ooh, good shot by Mike.
Well, that pushes Edwards into the lead on Voss by 3 pins. And Leto just chopped it.
Well, and Leto's not done yet. He needs to make some marks, because if Voss strikes out, Edwards strikes out, that would change things.
Yeah, now Leto's just 29 pins ahead of Voss, so it's gotten pretty close. It's going to come down to these 3 guys for
if
the.
Voss strikes out, that would make him 39 over right now. And Leto's at 38 over.
Yeah.
So
It could go either way, all 3 of these guys.
oh,
Big shot here for Voss, looking for a double. Oh, tough 7 pin.
wow.
Don't forget, Step Ladder Finals coming up at 3 p.m. Pacific Time, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here live on Bull TV.
Well, that just about locks him Leto in. And Leto needs a mark in the next 2 frames, I think.
Yeah, Mileto going at a 190 pace, and Voss going at just like 2-0. So looking pretty good for Amleto now.
What? No lefties? There was a few lefties that bowled this round robin or the match play. I don't know how many. 15. There was a 10 or 15.
Yeah,
There was
bowled pretty good in
quite a
qualifying.
few in qualifying. So
Match
I'm
play's a
not
different
sure why
animal.
they knocked each other out or what. I managed to knock 2 of them out. So
And there you go. Big shot here for Edwards, taking his time.
good shot. And got a good result.
That was big.
That's huge.
That's pretty much
He's
puts him in good shape here. It puts him ahead of Voss by about
20,
13 pins.
24 over. Yeah.
Yeah.
19 or 9. Yeah.
Really, Voss needs to strike out here to have.
He needs to strike out and hope Eddie misses.
Yeah, needs some help.
If Eddie marks, he's making it.
So the guy who said that he was going to go quit his selling his bowling balls and play volleyball if Voss didn't make it, maybe heading to the volleyball court. That didn't look like a very good shot.
That's it. I think he already knew.
Yeah, that looked like an.
I mean, he didn't really know, but I mean, you never know. Strike out and the other guy missed. I've seen it happen many times, but someone crinkle a bottle. Wow. Hi. PDW went to school at Florida. I never knew you were in Ocala. Would have liked to meet you in person, but wasn't much into bowling.
Voss misses the spare,
I have
which
no
locks
idea
in
what
the.
you're talking about there, Mr. Tyrone. I grew up in California, and Pete grew up in St. Louis. So.
Hey, well, there you go. Voss
And
misses
not
the
to
spare,
mention,
189,
Actually,
and
Pete didn't actually finish high school. He's got his GED, but he wasn't much into education. Not that he's not intelligent. He's a pretty smart man, but just very talented and didn't see school. Me, on the other hand, I like school. Got my degree in physics, minored in mathematics.
I think that Edwards might be able to pass Amleto for the number 4 seed.
That really doesn't matter, though.
I think it's lane choice, or
it's
whether you finish first or second.
Well, I got some people asking, does my wife bowl? Not really. She used to practice once in a while, bowl a little bit once in a while, and I used to try to help her, and she says, well, you can either date me or teach me how to bowl. I ain't going to do both.
Yeah, it's
She's
hard
actually a pretty good horseshoe player.
Oh, really?
That's how I met her, was through horseshoes. Her and her mom used to play horseshoes, and that's how I met her, was at a horseshoe tournament. So there was just 2 of us under the age of 50 or 3, because I think my brother was there. And we kind of dated a little bit. And I actually taught her how to play horseshoes. She actually got pretty good.
Well, Edwards didn't strike there, so he's going to be the number 5 seed. It's going to be, the show is going to be Jack Jerich, number 1. The man to my right, Walter Ray Williams Jr., number 2. Pete Weber, number 3. Number 4 is going to be Amleto Monachelli. And number 5 is going to be Mike Edwards. And Brian Voss finishes as the odd man out here and will take the number 6 spot and just miss the stepladder finals. Well, Walter Ray, thanks for sitting in. And
thanks.
Best
it
of
was
luck
enjoyable watching these guys. I was a little surprised their scores weren't a little higher, but
scores pretty low.
That does happen. I was expecting a lot higher scores out of myself my last match too. So
yeah, well, I'm sure you guys will.
Almost
a little there. And
what?
Walter Ray, good luck in the stepladder. Thanks for joining us, and we're going to be taking the stream offline here until we get to the stepladder finals. So thanks everybody for joining us, and thanks again, Walter Ray, for sitting in with us, and good luck.
Thank you.
This afternoon. Walter Ray Williams Jr. joining us. Let's run through the final scores for you here. Pete Weber 744, Amleto Monachelli 635. We've got Mike Edwards at 618 and Brian Voss at 595. So Voss is eliminated, and our stepladder finals are set. Number 1, Jack Jerich. Number 2, Walter Ray Williams Jr. Number 3 will be Pete Weber. Number 4 will be Amleto Monachelli. And number 5 is Mike Edwards. Thanks for joining us this morning for our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. We will be back with you at 3 p.m. Pacific Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time for the stepladder finals. That's in about 2 hours and 45 minutes. So be sure to join us right back here on Bowl TV, our live coverage of the Senior Masters stepladder finals this afternoon. We'll see you back here in a little while, everybody.